Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. How are you doing? We got Kerbal today. We're gonna basically figure out where we left off with the mission mode 3 save that we were preparing on kind of getting going here after Artemis. Yeah, life had other plans, but let's get back into the groove and let's get going. Shall we? We get tunage going for KSP here, and we'll jump in. How are you doing? I'm fine.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Do I have any cones? No. No. Hey, Shark Tales, thank you for the 8 months. Alleviate at a 75 months. Jim had a 98-month resub in there. Thank you. Thank you very much. How's EJ doing? EJ's doing fine. I'm all right. I had a nice weekend. Nice and chill. Very, very nice.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Finally, actually, 100% graduated from college on Saturday, so here I am trying to spread the love and good vibes. Ad Astra, go mission mode.
Hey. All right, man. Congratulations. You've taken your first step into a larger world. Congratulations, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kelly, what's going on? 88-month resub. Dino, thank you so much for the 50. I appreciate it, dude. Congratulations. Remind me again, what was your, what did you major in? Hey, Binary, how are you? Yeah, you're mechanical. All right, cool. I couldn't remember if it was aerospace or mechanical, dude. But that's awesome, man. Congratulations. YouTube chat says congratulations as well. You gonna do Artemis 3 in KSP? I don't know. We'll find out. I gotta figure out where we're at. I don't know where we left off, dude. We haven't played KSP in probably about 6 to 8 weeks. We were building an Orion Ator. Yeah, I do remember that. Dino says thank you, YouTube chat. SVG didn't win on a street course. Yeah, well, that's what happens when he gets crashed out, and Hosvar gets crashed out, and Gregson gets crashed out. I didn't watch all the race, but it was pretty cool. All right, let's go down here to mission mode 3. Hey, Brandster, are you and Brimo doing good? Yeah, we're doing all right. Magnuson had enough of his crap. I mean, Kevin should drive more NASCAR, in my opinion. The reusable shuttle project, I'm not 100% sure if we should incorporate into this save, but I'll get back to you guys on that one, okay? Electron, you got to share in SpaceX, and now it's time to wait for the conservative sandwich-heavy portfolio to pay off for the hungry investor. SpaceX is down today, down pretty far. They're down to 165. Not ideal, but this is not that big of a fluctuation, dude. Morning, Shmamaron, how are you? Glad to hear we're doing well. Thank you. Yeah, we're doing okay. Do you have a favorite scene from Project Hail Mary? Spoiler alert for chat. We're outside. I have a 2-month thing on Project Hail Mary. Spoilers, and we are well past 2 months. Favorites. Probably when they're aerobraking the planet, when they're aerobraking the gas giant. That's awesome. That whole scene is fantastic. This is a buying opportunity. Yep, absolutely. CTS-5 prototype launchpad. This was the shuttle's. Oh. Oh. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jeff. 103-month reset. My name is Jeff. Kelly had an 88er in there, too. Thank you. Long time no see, dude. Absolutely. This isn't exactly what we're looking for, though. This is the reusable shuttle pad project that's Slick 6, which we probably should do. I kind of wanted to... So that's a project that we're working on. I don't know if we should incorporate that into the Mission Mode 3 save. That would make things a little bit harder to do. What I'm really looking for is my whatever save we were working on our SLS stuff in. I don't think it was the MM3 save. No, it's not in here. Okay. It's not in this save. I think it's in my engineering mode save. How's the weather over there? It's not too bad. It was hot over the weekend. But, yeah, it's good now. I think we were in this engineering. Okay. It's 40°C with 95% humidity with no air conditioning. We're melting. Yeah, that's not fun. Archie, what's going on? I recently got some cool books from a charity shop I work at, including one about the Spitfire, which includes stories from pilots and a full manual of the Spitfire. That's cool, dude. Right on. Hey, Hooch. 21-month resub. Thank you. What's up? All right, let's try this. Stream summary. What's that? AI in the Twitch chat. Thanks, Twitch. Very cool. Was the Orion analog working part of mission mode? It was part of the MM3 save that we're going to continue. That's what I wanted to do. Mission mode 3 save. Mission mode 3 save doesn't have the hardcore rules that MM2 does, but it's like a light MM2 light. You can disable the AI summary. Yeah, I gotta do that. So we had Jebstone 1X, which it does need an art pass with its 5 segment, which is pretty sick. We have to work on a different diameter, though. It's not 375, we figured out. Yeah, not 375 for the Orion capsule. But, yeah, we'll work on that later. I gotta find it, dude. It's in here somewhere. CTS-5 Taurus 2 capsule. What do we got? Oh. Hey, baby. Hello. Well. How many parts is this thing? 137. Wow. Okay. That looks really nice. make these just a little bit bigger? No. Nice little capsule. Hey, Dean, what's going on? Who made this? I did. And it's got articulatable saws, which is pretty cool. Solar array wings do what they do on the real one. I think that was the last thing I was working on. Yeah, the last thing. Yeah, there you go. May 4th, 2026. That was the day before. Yeah, that was the day before everything hit the fan. That's good. So that's what we were working on there. Hey EJ, Australia starts the transfer of over-the-horizon tech to Canada today. Oh, that's neat. Does the toilet work? I think so. I think what we had to do, what we were looking on doing is changing around the service module a little bit, but I don't know. All right, so we were working on that. I don't necessarily mind that. The door is too big. The door texture is too large for an Orion capsule. It should be about, I'm not going to say it should be about half the size, but it should be about halfway between that one and that one. That's too big, but I'm pretty sure that door is too small. Can you scale the texture? I mean, it's just a flag texture, dude, so that's about as good as it's gonna get. A thing that you can do if you want to really get your scale down pat is just look at this. This fuel tank is about the size of a Kerbal in a spacesuit, for what it's worth. Actually, that's more or less the right size. A Kerbal in a suit would be able to get through this hatch, but hatches on real spacecraft aren't really designed to ingress and egress with the helmets. I mean, the SpaceX one is. Dragon is. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Let me check something. I forget if Orion was like, ooh, Hemi bodies flop. That's actually a really good build, by the way. Do they ingress with helmets on? Yeah, it looks like they do. Yep. Yep, they ingress with helmets on. Cool. All right, well, that's good to know. That means the hatch needs to be big enough for a Kerbal to get their helmet through. And once again, this fuel tank right here is, if you're wondering about size and scale, that is about the size of a Kerbal with their spacesuit on. So, our hatch is actually, it's a smidge too big, but it'll work. Now, once again, this Orion capsule is not MM2 compliant. And that's on purpose. It's not. How the heck did I make this thing? Oh, clever. Hey, Bio. It's not bad. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's exactly in the right spot. Comparatively, I believe it should be like right around there. Okay. Let's update this. 6. 22. Why? Oh, my right arrow key on my keyboard is going. It
Discovery,
sticks.
go and throttle up.
That's not great. Class 9313 sub. Thank you. Bio, hey look, someone gave me 1
Discovery,
penny for
go and
every
throttle
state
up.
that matters. You decide which 10 get to go. It's a DOS keyboard professional, dude. It's lasted, I bought it in 2011. It's quite actually lasted 15 years of constant use. May or may not have been slammed into the ground a couple of times. Yeah, probably just replace the cap and call it a day. Yeah, these window textures and stuff are flags, dudes. Yeah, they're just flag textures that chat gave to me. It looks like I don't have them fully dialed in here though, but there we go. Hey Sawyer, what's going on?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Playing KSP equals S free money.
Thank you. Tomorrow is the Starfall demo. What are you expecting from it? Oh, I'm a little bit out of the loop with I'm a little bit out of the loop with that one. I know it's a re-entry and they're testing their small heat shields and stuff, but yeah, we could talk more about that during Space News if you want. Actually, not if you want. I was going to. That Starfall demo is supposed to be... It's tomorrow at 6 in the morning. 6:43 in the morning. Well, I guess we're getting up for that. See you then. All right, I'll see you at 0600. All right, so the Taurus 2 capsule, our Orion analog, is looking pretty good. Hey, Kelly, what's going on? Yeah, the launch is a little bit early. Well, but it's okay. What else were we working on here? I do believe we had an... Where's our SLS prototype? CTS-5, Heavy Launch Vehicle, SLS, USR-2. I have no idea what that means. I probably wrote it down. Upper stage revised variant. Oh, it has the Earth departure stage on it. Oh. It has the Earth departure. Hey, alright. Oh. Sorry, I'm good. It has the Earth departure stage on it. That's pretty cool. So we flushed out a EDS for it. You okay? Teeth, dude. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's not anything my dentist doesn't know about. Then we put a forward fairing on it with the universal stage adapter. So we could put an Orion up here if we really wanted to. Okay. Okay. So we have the SLS, which is pretty good. All right, that's neat. What else do we have? Do I have multiple variants? I have upper stage revision 1 and upper stage revision 2. And then we have B1S. I don't think B1S is something that I want to use. That's that Centaur upper stage nonsense. That, yeah, no. Nah, hard pass. This version's a pile of dog doo. This doesn't have 5-segment boosters either. One of those SpaceX clickbait channels used one of your KSP screenshots I posted on X for their thumbnail the other day. Ew.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right. Okay, so that's doing... We got an SLS working. Our ARES 1 is sort of good, and looks like I was finishing up Orion. I do believe I was budgeting time for Orion. I would have had it done the week that the poop hit the fan for me in real life, so... let me just check USR1 to see what it is.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
That's the template measurement to get the proportions for the Earth departure stage, right? So what this architecture is, guys, is I want to continue my mission mode 3 save with the shuttle. MM3, my mission mode 3 save was a shuttle save where we built Space Station Freedom with the space shuttle. I want to continue that. But I also want to add shuttle-derived launch vehicles into the save so we can go a little bit more beyond low Earth orbit. Hey, Cartours, 126-month resub King with a 42-month resub on a 6-month streak. Thank you. Am I tripping, or did they lose NG2 completely for a while? GS2. I heard through the grapevine,
Discovery,
Dean,
go
the
and
other
throttle up.
day that the 3 GS2s that were in the hangar are toast, which is... I could have told you that. I did say that on the day that NG4 popped. Is that the one we were also designing the shuttle pad in? Yes. So love the shirt. I make rocket parts for the Kerbal working man because that's what I am and that's what I care about. Right on, man. Sorry, what was I doing? Yeah, okay. So this save also, so we have the space shuttle operating in this save, and you know what, dude? In the past, guys, I had run saves where I like kind of focus on a singular architecture. Like in the past, we'd have saves where it's just the space shuttle, and that's it. And those saves are fun. But I do believe for this mission mode save, mission mode 3 save continuation, I was cooking up basically an environment where we have the shuttle still flying and then multiple shuttle derived launch vehicles as well. So I wanted a mission mode save where the shuttle is operating with SLS. Oh no, that's Stack Proto 2. That's not SLS. That's direct. Oh yeah, NX. Well, I don't know, man. We suck too, so. Ramble out they'll fix the toilet on Orion, yeah. No, don't worry about it, Dean. It's all good. So I want the shuttle flying, and then I want SLS Do you use BlackRock's volumetric clouds v5? I don't. If not, I'm happy to contribute to dollars, or if you have other reasons. I do believe the reason why I didn't get it is because I didn't want to do an e-transaction on stream live, and then I just forgot. I'll pay for it. It ain't no problem. At some point. Do you wish you were a random German traveling through the South and getting a random tour of integrity? It wasn't integrity from what I can tell that Freddy got to tour. It was the Orion simulator. Are you going to use a solid launch escape system or a liquid fuel one? RJ, I'm trying to figure out where I left off, so I have no idea. I'm pretty sure solid. I hope SpaceX can fix to have a good toilet on Starship, because that's going to be a fun time if the lander is going to have issues. Yeah, that would, no, I'm pretty sure they'll get it figured out. SpaceX has plenty of experience with on-orbit toilet operation. How do you define a shuttle-derived launch vehicle exactly? Uses technology from the shuttle is very broad. That would let you make a convincing argument for Starship being a shuttle-derived launch vehicle due to the heat tiles. Propulsion is where I draw the line, Wartaz. This has shuttle. My SLS has the KS-25s and the Clydesdales, which is a shuttle. Those are shuttle parts. Propulsion is what I would say is a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. I thought the last thing you made was Orion in a new upper stage. Yeah, I have the Earth departure stage right there, the EDS. It's there, and I gave it a universal stage adapter so we could put Orion up at the top. I just put a nose cone up there for now, and we dialed it in to be able to basically move that out to the moon. It's pretty good. Hey Dama, what's going on? Did I write staging time? EDS sauce for loiter capability, that was the last thing. Alright. Looks like Blue will tear down the LC-36 tower. FA NOTAM posted for this week. Yeah, guys, that I told you that the whole pad is a write-off, and I didn't, and I know Dave Limp said the opposite of that, but it's a write-off, dude. It's not that it's not, it might be okay, but that's the thing. Might be okay doesn't really get you very far in spaceflight. You want to be sure that that tower is structurally sound before you start going and building stuff onto it. And the tower basically getting beamed by the transporter erector when it exploded doesn't, I mean, the tower's still standing, but it doesn't speak much to the structural integrity of the rest of the tower, especially if you're going to put mass on top of it. Even if you replace the bent beam down at the bottom, it's never going to be true again, guys. Metal doesn't work that way. Believe me, I do a lot of work with metal nowadays on the car. Metal don't work that way. It would take an ungodly amount of heat to get, you know, heat and banging and bashing that tower to get it to be true again. Long story short, it probably doesn't show in the pictures, but the tower's most likely doing this. Just a little bit, it's most likely off center. So if you were going to replace that part down at the bottom and you replaced it, you would replace it and the tower would have, it would have, what the hell is it called? Metal has elasticity to it, guys. It expands and contracts, and you can basically, and this is the kind of stuff I try to avoid with working when we're working on the car. Metal has elasticity to it, so you can bend it. And when you bend it, if I had a piece of metal and I welded it to we have a 90 degree, right? And I have a piece of metal and I wanted it to be like a half circle like this, right? And we welded it when the plate was straight, and we bent it down into position and then welded it there. That metal has elasticity to it, and it's stressed metal. That's what it's called. It's stressed metal. It'll want to bow back into position, and that elastic force that metal has is going to be transferred into the tower. So if the whole tower is like this, right? If it's kind of like bent, and you go to replace that, right? What you would really have to do this right is write the entire damn tower, right? And then replace the piece, and hope that you didn't bend the metal on the back side of the tower. Because if the tower is slightly bent and you went to replace that, the metal on the back side is going to be stressed. And then you're going to hang more stuff on that, and it's going to break. It absolutely will. This is not EJ's opinion. That's physics. That's how steel works. Steel does not like doing that, especially after it gets superheated by a ridiculous 3 kiloton explosion at close range, and then bashed with a piece of the launch pad. A tower, they said, oh, we'll fix the tower. No, you won't. No, you won't. Sorry, I don't mean to speak in conviction like that, and I don't mean to come off as a jerk, but saying you're gonna fix that tower is just coping. Something like that, drummer. Yeah, you can heat treat it 10, but we're talking about a 600-foot tower here. Heat treating that thing to de-stress the metal and get it to be true again. Dude, you might as well just demolish it and build a new tower. That's right, Cayman. Yeah. You're not... Once the metal is stressed and bent and stretched, you're not... Think of it like if you have saran wrap, plastic wrap, right? And you stretch it, or if you have a plastic bag and you stretch that plastic bag, you're not getting it to... You're not going to get it back to its regular kind of consistency. Metal kind of works like that. You can with metal. You could heat it up and then bang it back into place, but why? This is a rocket launch pad. It's going to be heated. It lives by the ocean. It's going to get blasted with salt water. It's going to get superheated every time there's a rocket launch. You're going to hang umbilicals on it. You're going to pump commodities through it. Screw that. Get rid of it. Build another one. Do we know why the booster exploded? There was an article the other day from the Financial Times. It was behind a paywall, but there was an article from the Financial Times that said that there was a fuel leak. I'm not sure the validity of that statement. I think even if there was a fuel leak, that's definitely not the whole story. From the footage that we've seen, dudes, with the NG4 explosion, I'm 90% sure that their pumps on the BE4 cavitated, and your impellers cavitated because of improper head pressure. Now, that happened. That could be a fuel leak can cause that. Sure, absolutely. Basically, there's fuel pumps attached to the rocket engine. They're called turbo pumps, right? And they have impellers, one for methane, one for liquid oxygen, right? These impellers have to have residual pressure pushing on them from the pressure inside of the fuel tanks, because when they turn on, they're going to siphon the fuel through the pipes, right? Through the fuel lines. If you have a leak, right, and air bubbles are getting into a line somewhere because you have a leak, and the impeller ingests those air bubbles, that's death. It'll blow up. The rocket engine will explode. It'll explode because your impeller needs the fuel going over it to stay cool. And if it overheats, it's going to start expanding inside of its housing, right? And yeah, the turbines are spinning at like 20,000 RPM, 30,000 RPM during ignition, and you know, when the engine is firing. We're talking like jet engine speeds here, because that's on most rocket engines. That's why it's called a turbo pump. It's basically a jet engine that's turning a fuel pump instead of sucking in air and making thrust, right? The rocket engine makes the thrust. So a fuel leak could be.
Go and throttle up.
It could be, but a fuel leak is not telling your whole story there. If they had a fuel leak and had improper head pressure when they went to turn the engines on, and the BE4 cavitated to the point where you have mechanical impeller failure. When an impeller goes on a rocket engine, guys, it's like a piece of C4 going off inside of it. It's not, you're not finding any discernible piece of that. Because it's spinning so ridiculously fast, and your tolerancers are so ridiculously tight, it'll immediately spin up fast enough to just melt and then blow up. And then it blows up, right? And you just sprayed your exploding turbine with rocket fuel, and yeah, there you go. Chain reaction, boom, the whole thing goes up. Hey, Ren, 134-month resub. Just like plasticine. Yeah, something like that, yeah. They had experimental engines on it. How many, I don't know. Yeah, them putting experimental motors down there without, like, contiguous engine section testing, with the upper stage on top on their only launch pad. I'll admit, this is hindsight. In hindsight, that's a really stupid thing to do. But it was working just fine until it wasn't, so. Am I understanding? Oh, hold on, Panta, what's up? Blue is nowhere near as forthcoming as SpaceX when something goes down, unfortunately. So until the accident report comes out from the FAA, we truly won't know anything. I'm not sure that the FAA is going to have a mishap here, because it wasn't in flight. This was ground-related testing. So we'll probably never know. I will tell you this, they had an impeller failure. Just, okay, if you watch that NG4 footage, you see sparks flying out of the engine section, and then the whole thing falls over, and then the thing blows up. That it looks very consistent with impeller failure. Impeller failure makes it look like a firework. It looks like a sparkler. It'll just shoot sparks out all over the place in every direction. Like, I am 100%, well, not 100. I shouldn't speak with absolutes because I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm 90% sure that's what happened. Now, the flip side of it is that it could be quality. It could be a quality problem. We don't know. There's... It could be a QC problem. I'm going to go ahead and guess that this was new engines on a new first stage that they really didn't get enough validation testing for. And keep in mind, that's easy to say in hindsight, right? But if you're really good at what you do, it's easy to, like, guys, that's the thing about rocket science, dude. Like, you really have to do your homework, and you have to be absolutely sure. You know, a good engineer knows the laws of physics, right? And knows where the boundaries are for the laws of physics. You know, I think some folks, not Blue, this is just more EJ's ideas on this than anything. It's very easy to treat the laws of physics like, something that you want to push up against, right? Like, oh, we want to push it, but you can't push against the laws of physics, right? I don't look at it like that. And this is what I mean about doing your homework with rockets. You should know where the upper limits to what like material properties, for instance, of like an impeller, right? And you know, you should have good material science testing backing you up, because you know where the breaking point is for a certain type of metal or a certain type of impeller or pressure or whatever. I don't like to think of the laws of physics and rocket science as a bounding box so much as a datum that you can use to ensure that the vehicle is going to work correctly. Like, I'll give you an example. This is a very general example here, but the example is like, look, if you're making more than, if the force coming out of the bottom of the rocket is an accelerated force that is higher than the force of gravity, you're going to go up. That's it. If your thrust to weight ratio is higher than 1, you're going up. Like, you're never going to go down with higher thrust to weight ratio unless the rocket's pointed in the wrong direction, right? In an ideal circumstance, if the rocket engine is pointing down and the front of the rocket's pointing up, if you have more than 1.0 TWR, you're going up. Where you're going after that, well, you need to rely on other physics. It's called aerodynamics for a reason. Dynamics meaning it changes, right? It's not aerostatics, that's for sure. So the dynamics is where that starts to get a little... But you can rely on certain laws of physics as a datum to ensure that it works correctly. Now, keep in mind, that's a really tough thing to do. That's really tough to do. You can't predict the future, right? That's why people say, oh, it's not rocket surgery, right? That's why people say that. But if you really do your homework with rocket science, you can basically predict what's going to happen within a reasonable margin. The reasonable margin is usually up to you to decide, right? As the engineer on the project, right? And that reasonable margin, yeah, you should be able to get it close if you really know what you're doing. Like, for instance, Boeing did a qualification test on SLS's hydrogen tank in 2019. They put it on a big can crusher at Marshall Space Flight Center, right? And pushed on it with 300% load, 300% of rated load. It withstood it for a little while, right? But they basically put it in a big hydraulic press and crushed the damn thing. Now, it survived. Not only did Boeing get their failure mode exactly right, but they predicted a reasonable outcome with I think it's like a 0.3% deviation. They predicted that with 300% load on an SLS hydrogen tank, right, which is well beyond anything an SLS is ever going to encounter during its launch, right? They predicted that after, I think it was 3 hours at 300% load, that it would fail in a certain spot at a certain time. And they predicted it with like, I don't think it was 0.3, I think it was a 3% deviation, which quite frankly is insane. That's insanely good engineering. I mean, that's part of the reason why I knew SLS was going to work on the first try. If you're able to get your deviation mode and your load models and your load analytics that accurate, yeah, it really helps you when you go to launch, because you know that the tank isn't going to rupture. You know for a fact. Because your test stand, the test stand tank and the tank that flies on SLS is the same exact thing, right? So as long as you have good quality control and good documentation on basically your change log for your tank, is if it's the same exact tank that you tested on the test stand, you know good and well that's never going to happen. It's never going to pop. And it never did. And it never will. Unless you exceed 300% rated load for 3 hours. Then it might pop. But now, why did they do that? Why 300%? What were those numbers? I told you that the numbers and your margin of error is made up. It's made up depending on the application. Why did they do that? They did that because eventually SLS is, well, at the time, eventually SLS was going to have a bigger upper stage. It wasn't going to have the ICPS on top, right? They were going to eventually switch to the EUS, which is now canceled, right? Now, some people have thoughts about that. That's fine. I don't blame you. So that basically made sure that they could put an EUS and a certain amount of payload up there on top of Orion, and you never have to worry about ever exceeding the maximum load rating for maximum load factor by any means, like at any point in time. It's future proofed. You could put whatever you want on top of an SLS core stage, as long as it's, I'd say like under 200 tons. You could put 200 tons of whatever up there and it's not a problem. You could put 200 tons of lead up there and it'll probably get it into space if it had a fairing. Yep. That's why they did that. That's why they chose 300%. 300. That's why they, you know, their dynamic testing, their structural dynamic testing was, that's why those numbers were chosen. So SLS could have a bigger upper stage one day. And it shows good correlation between your models and the actual thing. It's funny how Boeing knows this, but applies it only sometimes. There are good engineers at Boeing, Lava. There are very good engineers at Boeing. My honest opinion is that the good engineers at Boeing aren't allowed to do good engineering. I know tons of people that work there that are not stupid. Let me put it that way. So yeah, the reason why the SLS hydrogen tank was rated for 300% is because they are eventually going to put a bigger upper stage on there, like what we're doing, right? Yeah, Tessa, something like that. Well, once again, this is why it kind of like, look, I'm fine with what NASA and what Jared is doing. I've talked to Jared about this before, albeit very briefly. Dude, it's... Is it... I don't think it's the best idea, personally, putting a Centaur on top of SLS. It's doable. You're going to need a specialized adapter for it because Centaurs are very delicate. You've heard me talk about this. But it is kind of a waste. It's kind of a waste to just put a Centaur and Orion up there. You know, once again, what Jared's doing is fine. I see what he's doing. He wants standardized SLS so they can, you know, Orion can on a routine basis get to Starship HLS or Blue Moon Mark II and go from there. I understand what he's doing. I get it. Do I disagree with it a little bit? Yeah, it's not as comprehensive as I'd like, but it's good enough. It'll make it work. And it doesn't mean that they won't be able to put a better upper stage on SLS in the future. You absolutely could. Because the Boeing engineers did their homework with that core stage and the 5 segments. Like I said, you could put anything on top of SLS. Anything that's like, you know, a conservative estimate would be like 200, 300 tons, somewhere in there. You could put 200 tons of lead up there, and provided it had a right fairing, it would get it into space. No problem. You wouldn't have to worry about it because they did their homework. Now, Blue, on the other hand, we don't have the transparency at Blue nor at SpaceX that we have at NASA, so it's harder to understand exactly why NG4 did what it did. All I'm gonna say is this, dude. Like, Blue is trying to scale New Glenn. Trying and arguably had a major setback. But, you know, I don't think that's a knock on the company or anything. I think what they really need to do is... not what they really need to do. Scaling is tough. It's hard. It's not an easy thing to do. You got to remember, SpaceX had years. They had at least 5 years to get to scale with Falcon 9 Block 5. You know, Falcon 9 Block 5, we heard about whispers of it in like 2016, 2017, right? First Block 5 flight was in 2018, the Bangamundu mission. And then by 2021, we saw Block 5s flying on a regular occurrence. You know, and now enter 2025, where you see up to 160 launches, all right? Compare that to the first Block 5 launch, even, once again, Bangamundu in 2018. That is 6 years? No. 7 years. It takes time to scale. Even a rocket like Falcon 9, which is absurdly simple, comparatively to New Glenn, I would argue. It takes time. It takes time to scale. I'm not sure if people at Blue understand this. They probably do, and they probably got nipped in the butt because they were trying to go too fast. This stuff takes time, and you got to be patient. So it's true about GS2. All the tanks cracked. Speaking of Blue. Sawyer, I'm not trying to say that I said that would happen, but I do believe in giving myself credit where credit is due. I said that the three GS2s and Never Tell Me the Odds are all junk. Right when it happened. It's because of the cracks in the aluminum. There are micro fractures in the aluminum. You have micro fractures in the pressure vessel, it's going to blow up. It's basically going to invalidate any load and qualification testing that you did on that stage. I would not use them. I would junk them, scrap them, and Never Tell Me the Odds. Make it a museum piece. Put it inside of the welcome facility or something, dude. I wouldn't use any of that. You just because it's not a clear reflection of your testing criteria, because you didn't take into account getting your stage or first stage getting blown away by a huge detonation at close range. That was not part of the testing regime. Don't do it. Bad idea. But scaling is easy, boss. That's what Xerox is for. So there are 5 more on the line, and then we're done. We'll move on to other things. Is the force coming out of the rocket, or the force in the combustion chamber pushing the front of the rocket forward? No, a rocket's combustion. All a rocket's combustion chamber does is heat up combusted gases, and it shoots them out the back at high speed. That's all it does. The reaction, it's called reaction mass. The reaction mass, those hot gases getting heated up, shoot out the back in a jet. It's called a jet. Jet is just a concentrated column of hot gases going in one direction. That's what makes the rocket go up. Think of it like a balloon. If you blow up a balloon, right, and you hold the end and you let it go, right? Same idea. Only it does it constantly. So exhausting, I know. What are the next missions we are looking for? I want that Europa probe drill mission, Moonbase. Moonbase seems like the coolest, but people get sick if they... But do people get sick if they stay too long? I don't know, Diehacks. We're gonna have to find that one out. I don't think long-term lunar habitation is going to cause any particular problems as long as you have proper radiation shielding. Radiation shielding is something we know all about from the ISS and from deep space probes too, so it's definitely doable. It's feasible. I mean, you're on a planet. Well, not planet. You're on a moon. You have not terra firma, lunar firma below you. You could figure out a way to do things. Hey, Chris, what's going on? You got ridiculed on what you said right after the failure, but you've been right about all of it. Rare's the... I mean, I'll take the validation, to be honest with you. I'll take the validation. That's fine with me. I knew I was right because I know the laws of physics. Like, it's not that I have any insider information, except what people tell me, you know, like in chat and whatever. I wouldn't use any of that stuff, dude. You're asking for more problems down the road. Now, keep in mind, if Blue was launching, like, once a year or something, like, if it was like SLS, maybe I'd be like, yeah, no big deal, right? But Blue wants to launch New Glenn a lot. Maybe not to the tune of Falcon 9, but they want to launch a lot, so... You're just recovering from a festival over the weekend. How's yourself? Good, Chris. Did you make it out here? Alright, so we have our SLS with the Earth departure stage on top, and I just put a stage adapter up there for now. Our ARES 1 could do with a detail pass to get it to work right because of the Orion heat shield diameter change, but I think other than that we're okay. Did you have a watch at Dalton painting that Beretta? Lots of work, but the guy makes it look easy. I haven't watched any YouTube, dude. The only thing I watched was Vice Grip working on that Buick. Now, I built these saws, but how do they fold? Oh. Your ESTA got rejected. I'm sorry about that. That stinks. I'd say this Orion's looking, or Taurus capsule is looking pretty good, man. I don't know if did I leave myself any notes about what I needed here? No. When you spend time in other places, you appreciate the community and rules set out to keep the BS out of the stream. Thanks. No problem, dude. You only end up with bone and muscle density issues. As long as you work out, Tesla, it's really not a big deal. If we can prove that works in a microgravity environment, it'll definitely work on the moon where you have some gravitational acceleration. Any launch pad this time around, or you focus on launching often with these vehicles? I had planned on doing these for mission mode 3, King. But something that I also wanted to do, and this is something else we can check in on. I wanted... So Slick 6 got demolished the other day, guys. Space Launch Complex 6 at Vandenberg Space Force Base. It got demoed the other day to make room for a new pad. The pad was formerly a Delta 4 pad, and Athena launch vehicle pad. But before all of that, Slick 6 was a shuttle launch complex. Yes, you heard that right. It was a shuttle launch complex on the West Coast that the Air Force built for the shuttle program in the 80s. They ended up building an entire pad complex out to the tune of $2 billion. There it is right there in 1980s money, right? Just to pull out of the shuttle program by the time the pad was finished. I always loved Slick 6 because of this, because it was the only launch pad built for the shuttle program that wasn't retrofitted from a Saturn V. It was kind of a custom one-off launch complex that was specifically built for the shuttle. Now, to be absolutely 100% transparent here, Slick 6 wasn't totally built for the space shuttle. The Slick 6 was built for the Gemini MOL program and originally was a Titan 3C launch complex. The Air Force pulled out of the Gemini MOL program, or they abandoned it and rolled it into the Apollo program in 1967 with the signing of the Outer Space Treaty. So Slick 6 was built as a Titan launch pad originally for Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory, and then it was abandoned in '68. And then in the late 70s, they started retooling it and retrofitting it for the shuttle program. Now, the pad at Slick 6 was not even close to being anywhere near useful for the Titan program. So when they did eventually convert it for the shuttle, when they did eventually convert it for the space shuttle, I'd say 95% of the Slick 6 complex, when it was converted for the shuttle, was built from scratch. The only real thing that it kept was this upside down L-shaped mobile service tower. That's it. Because the original Titan launch pad was basically right here. I do have a picture of the Titan launch pad somewhere in here for when this conversation comes up exactly. It's in my shuttle research stuff here. We'll just scrub through so you guys can see cool pictures. Now, keep in mind, this isn't just for Slick 6. This is just my shuttle pictures collection that I like. I use a lot of these pictures for explanations on how different shuttle architecture works. And if you're wondering why that's in there, it's because that's shuttle hardware. SpaceX bought it a long time ago. I don't even know if they use that thing anymore, but whatever. Trying to find... I know I have an original picture of the Titan launch pad in here. There's integration con ops for Slick 6. There's pictures of the structures that got demolished the other day being built. There's a shot of the flame trench with oh man. So, long story short, Slick 6 has always had a really... Oh, there's the Titan pad. When it was being built, they ended up getting rid of it. They demolished the mobile launcher port and kept the mobile service tower. And then that mobile service tower, there it is. That MST was used for the shuttle program. And then it was used for Athena, and then it was used for Delta 4, and last week it was demolished. Fun fact, that was the oldest service structure in this, like in the US that was still working. Yeah. It was the oldest mobile service tower by a long shot. It was built in 1966. And yeah, the shuttle program used that and combined it with an assembly building to make a bespoke pad for it. How are you? Everybody's good, Drunk Soul. You were in Boston last weekend. You watched Morocco versus Scotland soccer match at Gillette Stadium. I loved it, though I hated the traffic. Yeah, Route 1. Could have told you that, dude. So, hey, Stardust. What's up, dude? Quite a bit of money lost due to it. I'm sorry, Chris. That sucks. It's been fun seeing the Scots put cones on and everything. Last week, Bri and I went to a Red Sox game. And I'm not gonna lie, because it was our wedding anniversary, we went there because we wanted to see the Scots, not because the Red Sox are good, because they are not. And yeah, the Tartan Army was there, and it was pretty cool. It was fun hanging out with those guys. They're there for a good time, and I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, there it is. That's actually a good picture. And I probably should add that to my collection, Baron. Yeah, that was the original Titan complex. The shuttle launch complex was, like I said, about 95%, about 95%, one-off. So yeah, that mobile service tower was old, very old. Easily over a half, well, yeah, over a half century old. It was 61 years old. No, 60 years old on the dot. Stardust, what do you got? Photos and videos of Enterprise. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a lot of good pictures in that. I can see the link, thank you. So the other thing is, like I said, Slick 6 got demolished, so I don't know. I had started building a shuttle launch pad to actually work exactly like Slick 6 did, so I could reuse my space shuttles. And I don't know, maybe we should finish it. There. So I had already built the launch plate and tested the docking vessel logic for the launch plate, and it does work. We did prove that it's possible to integrate a shuttle stack outside of the VAB. Integrating a shuttle stack outside of the VAB gets to be a little bit complicated. The reason why is because with Kerbal, whenever you launch something, it really only likes one thing touching the pad. Having 2 SRBs on the pad, it doesn't really like that. Like having 2 manner of attachment here on a rocket, Kerbal doesn't like that. But we proved that it can be done. Would you use this pad in mission mode 3? I don't know. Would you ever consider using liquid boosters on your SLS after it's completed? No. So we have the STS SLS mission mode 3 thing, and I think it would be cool to prove that this could be used for the shuttle, but I don't know. In terms of like actually using it for missions, it could get a little bit complicated. The ConOps for integration here is good in real life, but it's very difficult. And Stardust, merci beaucoup for this. Thank you very much. Some of these pictures I've never seen before, like that one. It's a great picture. Yeah, I have that picture. I have that picture. I have that picture. I have that picture. Yeah. It would be cool to show that it works. It's your website, actually? Oh. Jeez. Well, thank you. Thank you for showing it. It's pretty cool, man. How close were they actually to sending a shuttle from Vandenberg? The first mission was on the books, Jim. STS-62A. It was scheduled to fly... hold on. So 62A had a crew assigned to it. And it was scheduled to go off in July of 86. This mission did end up launching out of the Cape. Yeah, they ended up, it was STS-27. But yeah, Bob Crippen, who flew on the first, he was the pilot on the first space shuttle mission, was scheduled to fly it. It was, so how close? They were about 5 months out, which is real close when they said, nah, never mind. Which I still think was kind of a dumb thing to do, but in the video section, this is your website, Stardust. In the video section, this is great, man. Yeah, February 85. Okay. Bro, look at the trucks. Oh, look at that Mac, dude. That's killer. Chevy. Well, GMC, technically. Trey, I don't want to use liquid boosters because I have the solids dialed in really, really nicely. I mean, we could use liquids, but yeah, that building, they blew up that one, which is a shame. The square trucks you have in the US, they're from the 80s, dude. What do you want? Everything was square in the 80s. There's the PCR moving, the payload changeout room. Oh, that's cool. The PCR has been demolished for decades, though. They blew that up when they abandoned the pad. But the assembly buildings they kept. Oh my goodness. Awesome footage, man. Yeah, the payload changeout room was a payload integration facility for the shuttle. And it could slide into the shuttle assembly building. I love it, man. That's super cool. This is a super cool launch pad, dude. I think Slick 6 is just amazing. Dude, look at that cab over. Huh. I know what those are. I don't think you guys know what those are, though. I know what those are. Don't say metal. Because you're right, but that's not what there's... Yeah, those are pathfinding test articles. So this building right here, guys, is the satellite integration facility for Slick 6. Those are certain type of satellite pathfinding test articles. I won't say which ones. I'm sure you can figure it out. All right. Hill's here. Hubble? Yeah, something like that. Global pathfinding articles, something like that. Yep. Yeah, Kralani, something like that. Yeah. Yep. Set. Yep. Yeah. Payload processing. What's up, man? Dude, look at the... I think that's a Grove crane. Killer. Does it say? No. Dude, space shuttle hard hat. And some American Optics sunglasses. Those are AOs all day. Good stuff. I'm not sure, you know, this is going to sound weird coming from me, but I'm not 100% sure what kind of truck that is. It looks like a Ford C-Series, but I don't know for sure. The logo on it is throwing me for a loop. Where's the close-up of it? Either way, what about the other video? But yeah, I think I would like to work on the SLS and Orion project that we're working on too, but I would really like to do some Slick 6 some justice here. I've seen this footage before. I'd really like to do Slick 6 some justice here and see if we can continue with that. International? I don't know. Yeah, that's when they were moving Enterprise to the pad for fit checks. That's weird. This is not in order. That road right there is heading to South Base at Vandenberg, and that's this footage, the next footage here. So, okay, just quick side note. This is heading to South Base. The gate for South Base is right there at Vandenberg. Vandenberg is kind of... The town of Lompoc kind of splits Vandenberg Space Force Base. There's North Base, and then there's South Base. South Base is where all the orbital rockets are. So that's where Slick 3, Slick 4, so, you know, the Atlas and Vulcan pad, well, Vulcan now, Falcon 9, and then Delta 4, formerly Delta 4, formerly Space Shuttle, now Falcon Heavy, launch pads are. That right there is the Lompoc Surf train station. You can go there. That's all public roads. The gate is right there. Yeah, this is all public roads right here, which is very interesting because the next, see, there's the gate. There's the gate for South Base. Don't go there. You can go to the train station though. It's interesting because the next shot is on North Base. It's further back. Yeah, the next shot shows it at, see, that's at North Base. This is out of sequence, interestingly enough. I could show you where that intersection is right now. And then this is on Vandenberg South Base here, going up to the launch pad. Cool. That's why the shuttle had a steering wheel. Yeah, they put all the cuts in the dirt. See? They put the cuts in the dirt to fit the space shuttle wings. Those cuts are still there, dudes. Just on a side note. But yeah, we can work on the pad here. I should get to playing KSP, don't you think? They're over here. So, see, there's Lompoc right there, and then Vandenberg South is over here. South Base is over there, and North Base is over here. If you look at the road by the train station, there's Lompoc Surf right there. There's the Vandenberg South Gate, and then you go back here a little ways, you can see the cuts. They're still there. I mean, they never got rid of them. The cuts for the shuttle program, see? They made it wide enough to fit the shuttle's wingspan. And those shots that we just looked at are up this road. This is the main service road for Vandenberg South. Right there. See, cuts are a little overgrown at this point, but see what I'm talking about? So, I figure, guys, if you like Slick 6, well, I always build in the SPH because I like building in here because you have better camera controls in Kerbal, but there you go. That's the start of it. I started building the shuttle assembly tower, and I have the pad plate working. Hey, Command Racer, what's up, dude? But we never really made any more progress. I was working on these in March. I do believe we ran into a little bit of a snag with the mobile service tower. The service tower, like, well, it liked to explode every time you attached anything to it. And I'm not 100% sure why. So those cuts are the only thing left of the Enterprise tests era? Yeah. So the payload processing facility at Slick 6, they ended up using it. They still use it. So if we just go in, zoom in to Slick 6 here, obviously these pictures are out of date at this point. The payload processing facility right here, they still use that. Stardust, use your imagination what they use that for. The RPRSF over here, the SRB rotating servicing and processing facility, is used by SpaceX now. That's where they maintain the West Coast Falcon 9 fleet. Fun fact. That was originally used for processing SRB segments for the pad. That's why it has train tracks going to it, so the SRB train could pull in. The SAB just got demolished, and the mobile service tower just got demolished, and the fixed service structure just got demolished. This flame trench is most likely, the left side flame trench is most likely going to get demoed. And then the entire pad plate and Delta 4 erector is going to get demolished as well. Yeah, Mayor, we did end up proving that it can be done with a little bit of trickery. It's precarious, and I'm not 100% sure if it's going to work, but I'm like 95% sure it's going to work. We did prove that you could do it. Hey, Visualize. So if we go into... I do believe it's the prototype launch plate. I showed that it can be done. Same vessel interaction, Mayor, is basically what's going to get us get around it. And the right docking vessel logic, you should be able to make this work. Couple that with Kerbal construction, it's possible. It's possible and it's doable. Yeah. J-Speed, I don't like how much Kerbal construction really makes this stuff drift around. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get around that. It can be done kind of as a one-off bespoke thing, but honestly, that was the biggest issue. The biggest issue is that we figured out that the struts that get attached, that if you have Kerbal construction, the struts that get attached via Kerbal construction are not as strong as the struts that you attach inside of the editor. The problem is that if we're integrating a stack, we have there's no way to strut this correctly to get it right. And we also relied on the ground umbilical carrier plate. I'm not sure that that is going to work as well as I want, but could very much wind up with this thing blowing up in our faces. But, you know. Where we did last leave off, though, was getting the integration facility figured out. I was doing tests with the mobile service tower, so I figured, like, hey, I suppose let's try to get this figured out. Whatever was happening to this thing, it just likes to blow up whenever I attach something to it, which is not ideal. Sorry if this is off topic. What's up? How do you make a hinge that isn't a wobbly mess under load? I've been trying to make Starship-esque flaps. Same vessel interaction, Bozo, is how I do that. I made my own hinges out of thermometers and spectrometers. The other thing you got to think about, dude, is so with Starship, your wings just like to do this, right? So put more hinges in line and strut more hinges into place. That could help.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Or you could make them a pivot, use another piece to hold that hinge in place. That works with same vessel interaction. Or I have modded parts for hinges to make a hinge reinforcement mechanism. I should finish that. We should finish that mod pack. Zelio's last day of high school, and I also turn 18. Well, happy birthday. Were the two white spherical orbs on opposing sides of Slick 6 used for prop storage? Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, I am not 100% sure which one is which, but... Oh, yes, no, I'm 100% sure. That's hydrogen over there. Hydrogen is over here. LOX is over here. The liquid oxygen goes through here, and it goes through a channel. Think like Starship's pad. Through here, and it would have gone underneath the rails right there into the tail service mast umbilical, the TSMU. The two tabs that are next to the... Here, give me 1 second. Let me go back over here. This picture will work. And Stardust, thank you very much for this. This is great. A great addition to my collection. So see, there's the channel for the liquid oxygen. The liquid oxygen goes under here, and it goes under the, there's a reinforcement right here because the mobile service tower rolls right there. So there's some reinforcement, and then it goes underneath here up into the tail service mast umbilical, and it connects into the T1 carrier umbilical plate here. Now, hydrogen does the same thing from the other side and it connects into the T0 carrier umbilical, which is over here. So that's T0 and T1 on the space shuttle. SLS is probably the same if I had to guess. The reason why I know, Dan, that's hydrogen and that's oxygen is because hydrogen spheres tend to be a little bit bigger because hydrogen does not like being stored at high density. It doesn't like being stored at pressure. So hydrogen spheres tend to be bigger than oxygen. That's how I know that that's oxygen, and I know that that one's hydrogen. That, and they didn't change the TSMU configuration from 39A and 39B. The shuttle always loaded hydrogen on the left wing and oxygen on the right wing. So, yeah. You're welcome. 7 million pictures and videos. Have fun. Nice, man. Thank you. Toity, 116-month resub. Thank you very much. Yeah, Slick 6 was a beast, man. Beast launch pad, and I'm bummed that it's gone. But Slick 6 isn't gone. They didn't demolish it just for the sake of demolishing it. We should see Falcon 9s. We should see Falcon 9s launch from the pad, or Falcon Heavy, but it's not going to be even remotely discernible as Slick 6. They're not using, SpaceX is not using any of the towers, the service structures, or anything like that. In fact, the last plans that we saw had them building a horizontal integration facility right here and building a crawlerway here to launch sideways, quote unquote, off the pad. This is all just going to be cleared out space, which sucks. SpaceX in this scenario will most likely keep the LOX, right? The LOX pipes. And if I had to guess, they'd probably build some type of RP1 facility over here and then just dump the hydrogen sphere because there's no point in keeping it. So, yeah, I mean, Slick 6 isn't getting abandoned, but yeah. Are they going to have horizontal and vertical equipped here, or is it dedicated in our row pad? See, that's where I'm not 100% sure, Mayor. I had theorized that with Falcon Heavy, they would use this mobile service tower to be able to vertically integrate payloads, but it's not in the right direction. The ConOps that we've seen have had Falcon Heavy left to right here, so center core here, left and right there, because they're coming in this way instead. Yeah. Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid. So I'm not 100% sure, dude, how that's all gonna pan out, but we'll find out. I left a note. Change left-right axis part hierarchy. Left-right axis part hierarchy.
Discovery.
Hey, Maslin, 130-month resub. Urban, what were you up to, dude? What is the advantages of having Falcon Heavy on the West Coast? It seems like they don't like to fly Falcon Heavy that much, so would it be better to use it for Starship? I think the Department of Defense wants Falcon Heavy. Loving the bridge crane build. Thanks, man. We just got back into it today. So, yeah, guys, I think for the rest of the week, we'll work on Slick 6. We'll work on the Slick 6 shuttle project. And, yeah, we'll go from there. Now, once again, this thing likes blowing up every time I attach something to it, and I'm not 100% sure why. If I had to guess, it's probably docking vessel hierarchy. If you ever played KSP1 and, you know, you go to connect two vehicles together, and it blows up, it's probably your vessel hierarchy not being right. So this is at this point, this thread is 12 years old, but long story short, Kerbal has logic for how vessels dock to each other. I'll show you the thread in a second. The logic basically states that certain types of vessels dock to certain other types of vessels, and certain types of vessels dock to other certain types of vessels. So what does that mean in plain English? So say in Kerbal, I have a ship, right? A capsule with Kerbals in it, right? And then I have debris, right? Say a piece of debris or a probe. Let's say a probe, right? And I want to dock the capsule to the probe. Well, how the docking logic works is that certain types of vehicles have stuff docked to them, and certain types of vehicles have stuff docked to it, right? So if you have a ship docking to a probe, right? The game reads it as a probe docking to a ship, not vice versa. The ship has precedent over the probe. Ships are higher than probes on the vessel hierarchy scale, right? If you have a station, station is higher than ship on the hierarchy scale. So say you had an International Space Station or a Skylab or a Salyut style station in Kerbal, right? And you dock your ship to it. The ship's docking to the station, not vice versa. Station doesn't dock to ship. That makes no sense. Ship docks to station, right? Station being the bigger target, right? In Kerbal, if you don't get this right and you go to like assemble a big thing up in space, sometimes it blows up. Sometimes it blows up because the vessel hierarchy is not correct. You can really basically do the equivalent of throwing your craft file into a blender and hitting the go button if you don't get your docking vessel hierarchy and by proxy your vessel hierarchy in general correct. This is an important thing to understand, especially if you want to really get good at like building big complicated things in Kerbal. And sometimes it blows up anyway. Actually, Hazer, that's where I learned my physics rule about learning to work with physics instead of against it, right? Your bounding box of physics is there, not as a bounding box, but as a datum. I know that when a certain vessel docks to a certain type of vessel, that the game's always going to think 1 is docking to 2 and not 2 to 1 in the right scenario, right? So if you set your hierarchies correctly, you could basically be sure that something is never going to explode. I proved this. I proved this in mission mode. In mission mode 2, that if you integrate in the exact same way every time, no questions, you do the exact same thing every time, it's not going to explode. Hey Zerax, what's up, man? 61-month resub. How you doing, buddy? So, this is a post that was made by Claw. Claw was a KSP dev for a long time. When 2 ship docks, the rules are evaluated in ascending order, 1, 2, 3. If a rule is invoked, then the parent-child relationship is established, and the vessel's hierarchy is established. The choice of what becomes the parent-child is a matter of 3 layers of priority. I'm not certain of all these rules or where the thresholds are, but this is what some of the testing has shown. Parent status does not depend on which vessel is in control and what is the target at the time of docking. The vessels become parent or child based on the rules below. If the vessel types differ, parent status is assigned to the vessel with a higher priority type. Type priority from lowest to highest, this is the important part, listen. Debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. Base being the highest priority. Easy way to remember the priority order is the priority corresponds to the map filter order, buttons at the top from left to right. The vessel type used is whatever is currently set via the rename vessel menu. Rule number 3, if 2 vessels are the same type, the larger vessel becomes the parent. So if you're docking ship to ship and one of your ships is 100 tons and the other one is 50 tons, the 100-ton ship becomes your root part. Not that well. I hope Remo's better. We're doing okay, Zerax. If the ship types are the same J-speed, it becomes a mass problem. Okay? We can use that to actually. I forgot about rule number 3, to be 100% honest with you. I can absolutely abuse that and use it to my advantage to make sure things don't pop, but that's another story. The larger vessel is the vessel with the highest part count. Oh, it's not mass, it's part count. Interesting. I thought it would be mass. Okay. Rule 4. If two vessels are the same type and size, the first one listed in the save file becomes the parent. Okay. So if it's been out in the Kerbal environment for longer and it's the exact same, so if you launch one capsule 1, and then you launch capsule 1 again and you dock capsule 1 to capsule 1, the first one that you docked is going to be the root part. That makes more sense. The child's root ID part and vessel type is stored by the parent. The child is then shuffled and rerouted to connect via its docking port. The child's docking port then takes on the parent vessel's docking port as its parent. Yeah, okay. That basically states that it sets the root part as the docking port to whatever. See, this right here, reroute. It does a reroute on your vehicle that docks. That is super important to understand. That's another thing that can reverse the that can make problems with KSP. So think about it like this, all right? So this is important docking logic to learn if you do want to make pads or if you want to make big structures that are assembled in space. Okay? So take a look. Put a docking port here, and then put docking ports here like this. All right, now copy these. All right, so now check this out. We have this part, right? Let's just pretend that that piece is like this. Okay, so who's been paying attention? What is the root part of this vessel? What's the part that controls every other part? If I select this piece, right? That's not its attachment point, right? Where's the root part? The root part is the docking port of this, right? That's the root part. The root part of the entire craft file is over here. But say these were two ships that were going to dock to each other in KSP, right? The docking port, the one with the pixels, the one with dynamite, the one with the numbers, right? And we docked these two together. All right? Say the root part was this. Was our modular girder segment. When it docks, it's going to switch your root part to that. Now, is that big of a deal? No. That doesn't change the hierarchy too much. Instead of this, everything being attached to this piece, everything is attached to the piece right in front of it. That will change auto struts, just on a side note. All right? Instead of a grandparent strut, for instance, being attached to this piece because it's the root, now a grandparent strut is going to be attached to the docking port because that's technically the parent part. Okay? If I reroute to the girder segment, right, and then we run a grandparent strut, look, it's going to run it to the girder segment and not the docking port, right? That's super important to understand. When you dock, it does a reroute function on the vessel that you dock to, okay? So when you dock them together, now I hit grandparent strut, and it grandparent struts directly to the docking port. Auto struts that change their target during a docking reroute function, i.e. when two ships dock to each other in KSP, is inviting the Kraken to blow up your space station. Full stop. An auto strut reroute during a vessel docking, because it overrides vessel hierarchy and reroutes when you dock one craft to another, really, that's Kraken bait. Don't do that. That's Kraken bait all day. So check this out. I'll give you an even crazier example. So let's set all the grandparent struts on all these things, right? You can see that the grandparent struts are represented by these lines here. Now watch. So say we had 3 docking ports here, all right? Now move this piece move this piece backwards here. Or, well, I'll just move it there. And we'll just gizmo it back. You can see the way that the auto struts are set up. Can you see that all right? Probably better to look at it this way. Darker. See, we have a certain configuration for how all of our auto struts are going together here. Okay? Now, say we go to dock these two vessels together. And say this docking port is what docks first. Oh, it docked in symmetry. Give me a moment. Now look at the auto struts. They're totally different. See? It totally changed the way the vessels are docking to each other. See what I mean? It totally screwed the hierarchy because it basically did a part reroute. And see how all the auto struts are now going over there? Because it considers that the root part of the assembly. That can really screw things up. Going from configuration 1 to configuration 2 there can cause some real big problems. That's cracking bait. I call it grandparent or auto strut hierarchy reversal, and it usually results in an explosion. Now that is the problem that we're having with the crane here. But see, look, our auto strut hierarchy is completely screwed. It's not nice and symmetrical like it was before. Look at it. It's totally screwed up. All right. Now, does rerouting redocking to the original? Well, yes and no. Even if we go back, it's still not the exact same hierarchy. The reason why, JSpeed, is because it deletes the symmetry node. Watch. I placed those in symmetry, but since we rerouted to a part that was in symmetry, it deleted the symmetry node. Well, it's not a symmetry node, it's a symmetry transform, technically. It deleted it. It's gone. I can pull one piece away. Let me show you that again, just to be absolutely sure. All right, watch. I'll copy these ones just because. All right, look. We're going to place it in mirror symmetry, right? And we're going to rotate it into position, right? Now we're going to go over here and we're just going to absolute snap those into position. So if I pull one, it pulls the other, right? Pretty straightforward. Now, that's because we're docked in the center. Now let me run the auto struts again so you guys can see. You see this? There's a lot of auto struts here. Nice configuration. We got some good crossing going. This is going to be super strong, right? Now say we go over here. We dock over to here like this and we reattach. Look. Let me move it back so you guys can see it a little bit better. It screwed it up completely. See what I mean? And now not only did it screw it up, it deleted your symmetry node. So if you were using auto strut symmetry, auto strut works with symmetry. So if you have two parts that are in 2x symmetry and you auto strut them, if you auto strut one, it's going to auto strut the other. That doesn't if you redo the vessel hierarchy and you don't dock it in the way that you want, right, with multiple docking ports, it'll rewrite the hierarchy to the part. And remember how I said a second ago this was super strong? It's not strong anymore. It has no symmetry node. It has no triangulated auto struts. It'll be a floppy piece of junk, and it won't work. You ever dock two vessels together in KSP, guys, and then you try to bring one home and it just turns into a floppy mess? There you go. That's correct, JSpeed, yes. Do you think the hills and the gnarly terrain next to Slick 6 would serve as a sound dampener for Starship launches if they built a Starship pad there? For people watching, Dan, sure, not so much for the ship. Sound reverb off the mountains would be something you'd have to take into account. Hey, question, how come didn't went on Friday? What? What do you mean, Jake? So, that's something important to understand. Vessel hierarchy makes a big difference. We don't need to save that. So, I have the auto struts enabled on my mobile service tower, and you could see that I'm using it for triangulation. I'm using it to basically turn the mobile service tower into a gigantic trestle. You watched the race yesterday. Only a bit of it, dude. I notice we're not getting a lot of lateral triangulation here. I have great triangulation on this axis, but not so much on this one. That might be a problem. Nate Watkins, Glenn's 6-hour race this weekend. All right. Non-American Universe is something important on Friday. No. Well, let's just put this crane out. I knew it was having problems. So down there I have a mass simulator, right? Is there any dumb way to send up a space station? Or is what you can bring up to the space station what you can fit in a rocket? Yeah, I mean, build a rocket that can fit the parts that you need, dude. The shuttles only make sense in career mode if you can launch them a lot. Other than that, yeah, I mean, actually, the shuttle's pretty good because you get your money back with your upper stage engines, which are pretty complicated. But yeah, look, Lemon Venom, look what Element said in chat. It makes more sense that way. See, now I'm wondering, let me check something. I have older integration towers that I brought into this save, like the Pad 1A crane. What did I set the probe for this to? Where's the probe? Oh, just take it apart. That's fine. I'm just trying to see how I made this thing. And whether I used the right hierarchy. So my root part is definitely that segment right there. It's configured as a lander. Let me just put this out real quick. Interesting. Can this structure not be... I did not put a probe core on it. It's all, you have to have a Kerbal on it. So the reason why I'm looking at this tower the most is because this is the tower that I've used to integrate the most amount of payloads. So what is it registering this as? It's registering it as a lander. Okay. Huh. Huh. Interesting. When are you doing the car next? I would like to get some car streams in this week. Perhaps tomorrow, if not Wednesday. Car streams will most likely be in the morning, guys. I don't have the mini split fully installed yet, so oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys that. The mini split is installed. It's sitting up there, but the lines aren't hooked up just yet. We didn't have the right fittings, so that got done. So I have the mini split set up. We just got to power the thing. I don't got to put the service disconnect in. I got to get my electrician out here to put the service disconnect in, so. But if I'm going to do car streams, it's most likely going to be in the morning when the shop isn't 1,000 freaking degrees. It's a Mitsubishi Mr. Slim for the people that care. Yeah, Mr. Slim is what it's called. But yeah, we have the lines ran and everything. It's up there on the wall. You guys can't see it. The garage is already insulated, yeah. So, yeah, I did that over the weekend too, which is pretty cool. Reloaded lines should be standard. Not with this one, Kralani. This one I bought secondhand, so the lines were cut. But my brother-in-law, who's an HVAC, licensed HVAC technician, we brought a line set down here and we got it all rerun. The problem is that somebody on the actual head unit on the split, somebody decided to remove the flare nut fittings and replace them with press-on fittings. So we had all the flare nuts for it, but you can't put a flare nut in a press fitting. So the lines are ran to the head unit, but they're not connected because we need to get rid of the press fittings and basically we need to re-equip it with flare nuts to get the lines finished. Yeah. My brother-in-law has a really nice flare kit. It's an electronic flare thing. You basically put the line kit in a die and you put it into the thing and you pull it and zzz, it'll just make it for you. It's really cool. The original owner was a derp it yourselfer. Yeah, something like that. So once we get the lines up and we get them pulled down to vacuum, I just need to wire it. We need to put a service disconnect for it. And then I just got to wire it into the breaker box. Shouldn't take too long. Are you gonna build a car by scratch someday? Mill, I don't know if you've been keeping on with the project that I'm working on. The Dodge is basically built from scratch at this point because it was so rusty. I've had to replace pretty much everything. Now just like fabricating one from scratch, I don't know. Maybe someday. That would be super cool. Yeah. Who knows? It's interesting. It's reading the crane as a lander. Where is lander in the vessel hierarchy? Lander is definitely up there. Lander, ship station, base. And J-Speed, I'm almost wondering if I didn't put a probe core on this on purpose. So here's what we'll do. First thing we'll test is we'll take the probe core for the service tower, and I'll set it as a lander. Let me just read a little bit more. Child's vessel met timer resets if focus shifts to the craft per the criteria below. Control from here overrides all other priorities. Focus will stay with the vessel that has the control part on it, regardless of root part or if it has a valid control ability. Interesting. Any manned vessels have priority over unmanned and uncontrolled vessels. Here, unmanned means the vessels that contain Kerbals but don't, such as an empty pod. Okay. Probe cores have priority over unmanned vessels and uncontrolled parts, except if the unmanned pod recently had a Kerbal in it, then it will take focus. For two craft with the same priority, such as splitting two Mark I pods or splitting two Octo 2 probe core, focus stays with the vessel containing the original root part. Interesting. J-Speed, I'm thinking, dude, that the reason why I put the lander cans on here is so the crane would always have priority, and whatever we attach to would be docking to the crane and not vice versa. Honestly, if we're gonna test this, I do not want to test it in mission mode 3. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go into the engineering mode save, and I'll take the mobile service tower and pad with me. Is it because you want any ship that docks to the crane to remain the parent, so not to reroute any of the ship's auto struts? Correct. Yeah, Lurker, the short story is that if you reverse the auto struts on the crane, it blows up. I had many of integration cranes back in the day blow up in my face because of this, because I didn't understand this. Yeah, so exactly, J-Speed. Yeah, there's also snap docking. So Lurker, hear me out here. Say I have my crane like this, right? And I go to pick something up. If the vessel hierarchy is incorrect, right? And crane docks to payload instead of payload docking to crane, sometimes if you hover a docking port directly over another one, right? It'll get close and it'll snap it into position. You can get like within a couple centimeters and it'll register it as a dock. When it does that, and your vessel hierarchy isn't right, i.e. crane attaching to payload, not payload being attached to crane, what it'll try to do is shift the entire crane down and the bottom of the crane will find the ground really quickly because it was resting on the ground. It'll try to put it underground, and that also makes for big explosions. I'm pretty sure that's what was going on with this MST. So I'll test this in a save with where you can revert. Yeah, this is important stuff to get right, and it seems like with the MST I did not get it right. Let's go into the MM3 save here. So what I want to do is dump that probe core, and I will take a lander can instead. And I'll just do the exact same thing that I did before. We'll just put the lander can there, and that should assign the vessel correctly. Let's see what this does. I'm also worried about my auto struts. There's not a lot of auto struts that go front to back here. We're probably gonna have to put in some reinforcement front to back, because if you look, the auto struts are all going left to right. So on this axis, this thing is superbly strong. On this one, not so much. It could move like this. Yeah, we don't want that. But we won't. Let's just see if we can get our testing hierarchy figured out correctly. So I'll put Bill in there because he's the engineer, and we'll try to pick up that 36 tons of weight. But yeah, Rares, the mini split is installed. It's just not hooked up yet. See what we got here. All right, so what is this registering as? It's registering as a lander again. So I'm going to undo this. Off topic, will you cover the Swift satellite recovery mission? Yeah, I would like to watch that, but Mig, I'm not sure if they're going to stream it. Pegasus is an old launch vehicle. I don't know if they live stream that. It's from the 90s, dude. I don't know if they have lives I don't think we're gonna get onboards or anything like that, but well, that didn't do what I want. Okay, that doesn't, I suppose that doesn't matter. I don't know, Dino. Hard to say. Okay, let's go up here. And let's see if we can get our gantry crane working. Let's line by up there. Centaur stage. So yeah, this is a gantry crane that I've made out of hydraulics, and up here the rails, quote unquote, for the gantry are fairings with the structural fuselages acting like a truck. A truck and a bogie. It basically moves with the it straddles the fairing on 2 axes. And then I'm using an ore tank as our block here to make sure that this thing stays nice and strong. The KS-25 is the Kerbalized version of the RS-25, right? Yes. Hey Drew, what's going on, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey MacB, 65-month resub. There we go. We have docking port magnetization. Just wait for everything to kind of dampen out here. The docking port magnetization will do that for me, John. Are you going to go over the NASA OIG report this week? I don't know, man. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, probably. I didn't really see what it was. I had some problems on Friday. All right, well, let's see if it blows up. Yep. Well, better news is that the side ones didn't blow up.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, it blew up 2 of the trucks there, so I don't know. I auto-strutted it into place after freezing some of the hydraulics. Let's see if it can lift it. Oh, yeah. Hey, Neo. 97-month resub. Thank you. We have no left-right movement, but yeah, that did seem to work. It's just that this hierarchy has given us some weird behavior. I know it's frustrating, but let's see if the comedic timing... dude, don't worry about it. I'll be honest with you guys. The structure stayed nice and rigid. This was better than I remember last time. Last time the thing ended up bending out all over the place and ended up looking like Bambi trying to run. Like just, you know? So the structure stays nice and rigid. If that's the only thing that I have to figure out, that's not that big of a deal, dude. Seems like the game needs shock absorbers. Yeah. Now, I did make a note, more or less, of needing a, something is weird with the left-right hierarchy on the gantry crane. Ooh, she's binding a little bit. It looks like the left truck right. What the heck's going on with that thing? Oh, the hierarchy is screwed here. Something is very wrong. That's why it's blowing up. Why is that bound to the... Why is that doing that? Oh, okay. Okay, that's weird. Well, this was the first crane that I've built in a long time, so let's chalk it up to that, and we'll see what the heck's going on with this thing. That was definitely strange. All right, so it registered this piece as being part of, like, almost like it was attached to this piece here, but that's not really how this works. Oh, what the heck was I cooking here? Hold on. All right, so the crane has the hierarchy. The hierarchy root part for the crane is this piece right here. This piece is connected on a set of cylinders to this piece. Now, what the heck is that attached to? That's not attached directly to that. What is direct? Oh. What the funkin' waggles was I doing here? What are the trucks attached to? That? Why wouldn't the trucks be attached to the fairings? And then there's a carrier, there's an intermediate carrier piece here that looks to be attached just straight to the... Clutch, what's up, dude? Your girlfriend gave you a Saturn V model kit to build. We'll be building it while listening to your streams. Right on, man. can't see me. There was the kaboom. Keep them coming. You can cancel a crane swing by timing a move with the block when the block's moving in the same direction. Yeah, Drew, you can do that in this too. I'm not sure why I made this way. I did leave a note, so I clearly noticed that it was messed up before. This is a very, very weird way of doing this. So this is okay. Wait, what is this attached to? Is that attached to the root? So this piece is attached to that piece, and it's not attached to the piece that's next to it. Now this piece is attached to the cylinders. Huh. Why did I make that way? So, see this piece right here? Everything is attached to that individually, not necessarily in sub-assemblies here, which I don't... What about you? How is this all working? Hey. Oh, no wonder this thing's blowing up. It's hard to explain what's going on here, dudes, but yeah, that's, let's just say that is not going to work. And I don't know why I didn't see it before, but... Huh. Oh, no. No, that's right. Oh, okay. I gotta untangle this mess. We have to untangle this. This is a convoluted web of fail. And we gotta do the same thing on the other side. It seems like I was just throwing struts to the wind here. I had not built a crane in a long time. Let's just say that that's what's going on here and just leave it at that. All right, so... Everything is attached to that piece right there. Now, the part that actually moves left to right, everything should be attached there. But the fairings are attached to that too. Why? Why would I do that though? And why are they on the opposite side? Huh. Alright, let's just get rid of the bells and whistles here for a second. We need to flip the direction of the block too to get it to work as well. All right. Let's go to Mobile Service Tower Region 1 here and go 6, 22, 26. Change the left-right art axis hierarchy. Okay, done. Now, I've built 2-axis gantry cranes like this in the past. But yeah. What fucking waggles was I doing here? Is the fairing attached to that? Hold on. It is. Oh, I see what I was doing here. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I see what we did here. I see what we did here, and I think it's dumb. Alright, this is gonna suck to mess with, but we're gonna have to. So put this at full extension, and then The fairings are attached here to this piece. So these hard points right here, the radial attachment point, they're in 2x symmetry attached to that girder segment right there. And then it looks like I flipped the fairings end over end, so the fairing shell is on the opposite side of its attachment point. I did that to see if it would work. That's probably a misdiagnosis on my part. Also, those are tilted. They should not be tilted. That's definitely a misdiagnosis on my part. Give me a moment. So I'm going to go with what I know works here. And what I know works here is mounting these fairings hard point to fairing plate exactly with a grandparent strut, right? So that grandparent strut will go to this piece. Now, why in the frick did I mount that on a hard point too? Why would I see, like, what's getting me here, guys, is that, look, with our forward movement on this crane, with the forward movement, it's just girder segment, hydraulic to girder segment. That has no problem. These parts don't explode. These are the ones that are blowing up. But over here, for this one, I did hard point girder segment to hard point to hydraulic, which... Why? Why the hard point? That's an extra piece. There's no need for that piece to be there. See? Aesthetics? I don't think that was aesthetics. I think it's because I may have lifted this crane design from a previous craft file, JSpeed. This crane is based off of the OPFC project, which was my VentureStar orbiter processing facility. Now, I'd be curious. Okay, so we saved it as MSTR1, right? So cancel this, save that, just to make sure. Hey Snarfer, what's up, dude? Seems like the game needs shock absorbers or at least physics for such. Well, having a good hierarchy can basically make you a shock absorber because everything in Kerbal is a spring, just like real life. Once again, you just think of the physics. The physics simulation in Kerbal is pretty good. Here, let's look at OPFC. Is it made that same way? Yep. But the weird thing is that on the November 21st or November 16th, 2021, I certified this crane. It actually it doesn't have a certification. It just has an updated thing. Interesting. Dude, I cranked this. The crazy thing is that we cranked this crane out like in a weekend. I remember that. I built this OPFC really quick because I was under the gun on getting that SSTO program rolling. And then it blew up in my face and I had basically a nervous breakdown. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. Yeah, it's built off of this design. It's directly lifted from it. And I have no idea if this crane was ever certified to work with VentureStar correctly. I don't think I tested it. History remembers Yarg unfavorably from that program. Can you imagine if we'd kept going with the freedom architecture, dude? Would have been sick. Hopefully this shuttle architecture makes up for it. Where the heck is the MST? I saved it in here, did I not? Oh, that's the, yeah, of course it's not here. You're in the wrong engineering mode save. I work within the stock physics of the game, TT. ETS 5, we're in the right spot here. There's the MST. Yeah, I have a couple of modded parts that I put in the game, and yeah, that's about it. Now, the other thing here is the crane housing is mounted on this piece right here. I don't like that, considering. Yeah, see, the trucks are mounted on this individual carrier piece, which is, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that. I mean, that's supposedly how that's made too, but I've had more success in the past not doing this. I've had more success mounting the housing directly to the cylinder. Like that. And then you take your structural pieces, right? Oh. Give me one moment. You have to turn the part so it picks up on the symmetry nodes, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Zaldafax, what's up, dude?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pray for Mary, 45-month resub. Zaldafax at a 54 in there. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. All right, so now all these pieces are attached directly. They're attached directly to the main, to the crane carrier piece. So let's flip these back into position. Now, these pieces right here, everything is connected to that carrier piece right there. I see why I did that. I just screwed up the symmetry nodes again. I'm an idiot. Actually, we can finish the struts in here like that. Actually, a 4x strut would probably do us right. Here, let's flip this back into position, right? And go here. All right, this is just some symmetry. Yeah, J-Speed, you said it. It's just some symmetry jujitsu. Give me 1 second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's what I'm looking for right now, J-Speed, if we're centered. I have returned. What crazy nonsense are you up to now? Hierarchy stuff for cranes, you know, back to basics-ish. Yeah, I don't like that. All right, we'll do it this way. Now, the other thing that we're going to need is a strut running from there to there, because left to right triangulation strut. So I had struts going from here to here before that. I'm not sure that that does anything. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, J-Speed. Yeah, so let's do that. Run them on both sides. I'm just thinking, like, what does a left-right strut do? It doesn't do anything. Well, let's go, you know what? Let's go with the bare minimum here. Let's see. You know what? I want play. Let's see what happens. Let's just out of curiosity. Now what we'll do is we'll run these struts here. Got them. Let's run them on this side, because we got to run it to the fairing shape. Like that. And then if we did the same thing on the other side, it'll attach right to the fairing plate. All right, cool. Yeah. I don't know if it's... So right now, all the four the trucks, 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're all singularly connected to this. So I did 2x symmetry off of that going to there. Now, we didn't really have any problems with these trucks, to be honest with you. Those are the ones that aren't breaking, so... Yeah. Now I'm wondering... All right, guys, we can try this. I'm not 100% sure that this changed anything, but we did eliminate some parts at, you know, best case scenario. We eliminated some parts from the design. Make sure you get the good grease. Yeah. Give me the kaboom! Killing me. I just changed the controls a little bit because I changed I, J, K, and L to control this axis and this axis, and then H and N to control the up-down axis. I think that'll do us right. The rebinding the control scheme is not going to screw with anything too hard. I have a very sneaking feeling that this is still going to explode, but... Do you remember how many tons this thing can lift? I have no idea, dude. I mean, considering the orbiter is probably the big item here for this, but we'll see. See, I flipped the ore tank. The ore tank had its attachment points right side up, and it wanted the block. The block wanted to flip over. Now the block, even when the hinges are in limp mode, it's working correctly. I don't like how much this is dancing over here. I have a way to fix that. There's a way to make that better. At least I think. Maybe I should go back to flipping them. Because yeah, our left to right axis is bent. See that? It's tilting down. That's probably going to cause some problems, but we're here, so we'll try it anyway. Hey, Chief. Everything's good, man. Did you upgrade this with your new hinge part? No. This is all stock parts, dude. I believe this will work. I believe it will work. Did you watch Pike's Peak? No, I didn't. I didn't really do much TV watching this weekend. You have important news, Chief. Oh, okay. There's no way this is gonna work. There's no way that's unless the whole left-right axis is working like a shock absorber. There's not a chance in hell that this is going to do this correctly. Once again, we'll send it once we're nice and centered, but. Okay, ready? Aim. Explosions. At least we know. Hey, we only lost one that time. Progress. All right. All right, let's try to pick it up. Hey. Yeah, only one of them popped. Interesting. Nice. You have important news. Last if you can. Is asking me to see your last your important news? People out there, that's not important news. People ask me that all the time. So, this worked a little bit better. I don't like that bending though, dudes. Really don't. You've completed your 5-year assignment as the CEO of the Naval Academy here, and I'm being awarded the Merit to Service Medal. Going back to serve on the fleet by the end of the summer. Oh, geez. CEO of the Naval Academy here, and I'm being awarded the service medal before going back to serve on the fleet. Oh, damn, dude. Congratulations. That's a big deal. Good job. That's awesome. Is there a stress overlay? No, Nick Pa, there isn't. Congratulations, Chief. That's really cool. Good for you. Yeah, you really, yeah, it's all good, man. Good. Now drop it and see how it reacts. Okay. This is precisely why I wanted to do this in engineering mode. Because the runway blew up and it killed Jeb because he was down there in the freaking crew tank. Whoops. Missed it by that much. That's awesome, Chief, though. Congratulations, man. Really cool. So these struts don't do anything, for what it's worth. I did notice that this is probably what we should do with this. There was binding that was going on, a lot of it. And the binding was because we were pushing so far above the axis that we needed. So what we should do is take this and move it back up like that. That is going to look a little bit strange. Thank you for being with me all these years, good and bad. Right on, man. Is the coupling action pulling the dolly down and smashing the fairing into the fuselage? Yes, for the most part, Drew. Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening. What I don't understand is why. It doesn't happen with this. Theoretically, it should happen with that too, but it doesn't. That's cool, Joe. Right on. Is there a difference between hanging below the sliders versus sitting on top? That's what I'm kind of looking at, Andrew. I don't think so. Well, yeah, these fairings have same, the fairing rails here and the left, right, and forward and back fairing rails have same vehicle interaction. The only thing that was holding us in place right there, dude, was the fact that the two rails on the top were hanging on the two rails on the side. That was the only thing that was keeping this from bending more. That's not great. I noticed we had binding here, so what I think would be a good idea is to do this. That should eliminate the binding problem front to back that we're having. I don't know why I bothered strutting that like that, but I don't want to mess with it too much. Now, this is going to look a little strange because these are going to appear to those are going to appear to like punch into that, which it's not ideal. There is another thing that I wanted to do that I think will reinforce this. Let me think. Get rid of those struts. Those struts don't do anything. Very clear by what we just saw that they don't do anything. What I want to do is just for a second separate this, right, and then see this piece right here. Ah, the fairing hard points are attached to it. Well, okay, screw it. We're already here. Just get rid of, just detach that for a second. All right. Now, what I want to do would copy this piece, put it in 2x symmetry, mirror 2x symmetry, and then now I want these at either side here, right? That was not absolute snapped into position. That's the road piece. Now we still need one for the other side, right? How would we do that? Move the hard points from symmetry just for a second and rotate this piece into position. Then go to here. See if I can go mirror QX attached, but they didn't attach to the other side. All right, cool. A little bit of a logic puzzle with the hierarchy there, but we got it. Now, what I want with this is the truck pieces down here for the forward and back movement. This is a reinforcement, and I don't know if I should be doing this because we really didn't have any problems with this, but my theory is that with Kerbal, the part, just because that part's blowing up doesn't necessarily mean that that part is the issue. I know that sounds strange, but sometimes that's how that happens. So if I do 2x mirror symmetry and we place the trucks off of this piece instead, put them directly underneath the fairing rails, right? Because before they were not placed on this piece, they were placed on that center piece right there. The reason why I want to do this is because this is going to give me free... It's free auto struts. It's free auto struts for you, EJ. So, by attaching a buffer piece here, right? And if we have auto strut set on this, it's going to try to run it to the hydraulic, and that's not going to work because the hydraulic is movable. You can't auto strut to a part that moves. Like, you can't auto strut to a hydraulic or a servo or whatever unless it's locked, so we don't want to do that. But now, if I grandparent strut these, it's going to run grandparent struts to the center piece, like that. That'll make this way stronger. Now, with the fairings, how do we fix that? The simple solution is just to take two structural fuselages, put them there and there, and hit same vehicle interaction. That's the simple solution. That will make it so this thing has a hard point on one side and it has these on the other side to hold that fairing in place. That works better than a strut, in my opinion. Well, not in my opinion, it does. All right, Drew. Now let's see what this does. It might just blow up, guys. Like, in fact, it's probably going to blow up. I'm not convinced that this fixed anything. I did remove some parts from this, and we simplified the part count. This thing is only 220 parts, which is pretty good. Hey, Six String, what's up, dude? I think having that as an intermediate would probably be better. You want to try to push on the center of mass of the entire assembly, and that's it. All right. Let's see what it does, dudes. I don't know why that thing likes to bend so much, dude. I can't figure that one out. I might have to come up with a better design. That might work. All right, I'll save. I have another idea, but we'll oh, the other thing I need to go in here and do is reverse the controls for that one to get the controls to act correctly. All right, cool. Let's roll. Write it down. It's good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We good, dog. All right, let's watch the movement here. So, forward movement. Yeah, forward movement doesn't bind up nearly as much. What about left to right? Left to right doesn't bind up at all. Smooth movement on the crane. That docking port acquisition force. Limp mode on the crane block. Guys, you guys are talking about how can you spot VC25A or VC25B? Guys, it's really easy. Just the refueling umbilical on the front. No 747 has no other well, actually, there's one other 747 that has the ability to do in-flight refueling, and that's the Spirit of Everett, and it's at the Museum of Flight. You want to know a good way to tell the presidential plane from anything else? It can do in-flight refueling. Now, I'm not sure if the E4s can do that. They might be able to, but yeah, that's the real easy way to spot one. BC-25B should have the refueling stuff for it, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Would you need a counterweight? This is not a tower crane. There's no counterweights in a bridge crane. Bridge crane with a gantry. The structure is the counterweight. Swinging the chain. Swinging the chain. Bastardo, 38-month resub. What's up, dude? Is that a septic tank? No. All right, prepare for explosions.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Well, back to the old electronic brain.
Wow, that was like 1,000 times worse than what we did before. The whole carrier assembly blew up. Hey, kid, getting tier 2 of 123 monthly resub. Thank you. Well, that didn't work. This whole... Yeah. You have a faulty P32 modulator. Give me 1 second, dudes. My YouTube chat does that stupid auto-translate, and I'm just, yeah, trying to... get rid of it. Because I hate having to mouse over somebody's message because it's in Japanese for some reason. I'm not even kidding. YouTube translates English into Japanese for me. The YouTube chat, which is... makes it a little difficult to read. You know? Just saying, like that makes that a little bit tougher to read. Did I see the Pike Peak hill climb? Somebody had a 67 Hellcat Coronet. Nice. No, that's kind of cool though. I once had a thought, what if the end of the crane hook was separated from the structure? I mean, all that's going to do, J-Speed, is when you dock, it's just going to pop the knuckle out. That was the Kraken arm. Remember the Kraken arm back in the day? There's no way to do this. I just don't know what it is. It clearly doesn't like this. Trying to see if we can get rid of that freaking the chat thing. don't want... Whatever. I'll deal with it. I don't care. Took too much time. So this is happening on Thursday. We'll be sharing a stage with Iron Maiden on a festival in Norway. Turns out Maiden's production make it a bit harder to fit our production to fit on the stage. The production managers of both productions are in quite an infight, all while I'm having the biggest giggles nerding out over sharing the stage with Iron Maiden. That's pretty cool, dude. That's pretty awesome, man. It doesn't even translate it right, Six String. Like, it just translated Nandeska to Are You a Nandes? Like, what? This is the shittiest translation ever. I don't, and it's like, oh, just go to the chat settings and fix it. There ain't no chat settings here. There's literally no settings button for the chat. Are all the message being translated into Japanese? No, it's only some. It translates hi for some reason. Yeah. This is the sign to learn Japanese. Nanda kore? Well, anyway, whatever. I'll deal with it some other time. So this design sucks, so let's just get rid of it. The only other thing would be to build this stupid thing from scratch. Well, that invalidates that test, because those weren't placed correctly. How did that even work? Jeez. Alright. Well, no wonder that exploded. I actually want to try that again, because I didn't have a piece placed correctly. 2 of the trucks were too far out. Let's try it again. We'll see what happens. I don't understand how I missed that the first time, but whatever. Nick Paul, we could do that, but I can damp it out another way. Stand by for explosions. Okay, well, what broke? Interesting failure point. I don't understand where all that energy is coming from, dudes. I just don't get it. It's not that big of a dock. I must be ignoring one of my original rules for how to make these cranes. There's just... That's so much freaking force from just a dock that's about that much. The snap docks usually don't cause that big of an issue. Unless... Hold on. I gotta check something. We might be violating a hierarchy rule. The hierarchy rule that we might be violating is that, well, if the ship is set as a lander and we separate that thing, it's gonna read it as a lander as well. And if we dock lander to lander, it's possible that the tank is taking preference. I don't see how it would be possible, but that might be a thing, so... Not in phase. Thank you for all your hard work and great entertainment. Could you explain what you're building? It's an integration tower, dude, to build rockets. I'm building a VAB outside of the VAB. Actually, Particularly, this is the mobile service tower. It's the mobile service tower from Slick 6. So this is a picture from 1985 of Space Launch Complex 6 at Vandenberg Space Force Base. See that structure behind it? Behind the shuttle stack? That's what I'm making. I'm making that one. Because I'm going to build Slick 6. Which was a shuttle pad that was the Air Force built for the shuttle program for the shuttle's West Coast launch site, but they never used. It ended up becoming an Athena rocket and then a Delta IV launch pad, and then SpaceX just demolished everything that you see in the screen the other day. I want to build the pad because I like building launch pads in GSE in Kerbal. That's my favorite thing to do. I'm building that structure right there. This is the mobile service tower. And after that, we're going to have to build the shuttle assembly building. And in Slick 6's design, these two buildings actually come together over the pad. They come together over the pad to build the shuttle stack. Like that. I have a lot of concept art here from the design. See? So I need the mobile service tower, right, to be able to stack the SRBs in the external tank. And then I need the shuttle assembly building to be able to pick up the shuttle. How the Vandenberg concept of operations went is that the mobile service tower crane, which is the crane that we're working on right now, it picked up the front of the shuttle. Right? It picked up the front of the shuttle. And the shuttle assembly building crane picked up the back of the shuttle. And between the two of them, they rotated the shuttle into position. They rotated the shuttle into the vertical position, detached the SAB in the back bracket on the crane, and then had the shuttle hanging vertically, and the MST would pull it into position. Did they ever do it? Oh yeah, they did it once. There it is. Pictures from '85 where they used Enterprise as a fitment testing article. So they built a shuttle stack out on the West Coast. And you can see the front is attached to the mobile service tower crane, which is the one I'm trying to build now. And then the back is attached to the SAB crane. You can just barely see it up there. See it? The cranes are always yellow, and the brackets are always bright yellow so you can see them. That's what I'm working on. That's another picture of the pad with the deluge system. And then there's a side profile of the PCR attached to the shuttle stack. But yep, that building right there is what I'm making. Because I'm making that launch pad. Problem is whenever I go to hook up payload to this crane, it likes to explode because the Kraken, and I'm not sure what's causing it. We'll figure it out now. Let's see. Configure vessel naming. It's set as probe. Okay. Now it's set as a probe, and this should be set as a lander. Rename vessel, set as lander. Let's just go here, rename vessel, set as probe. So, per the docking vessel hierarchy rules that we were looking at a little bit earlier, debris, probe, rover, lander, ship station, base. There you go. So, per this docking logic, the debris should dock to the lander. The probe should dock to the lander because lander is higher on the docking hierarchy scale. Right? Let's see if that logic holds up. How do you make a Mark II spaceplane launch shuttle style? What do you mean, Priceless? A Mark II? I don't know. I've never made a Mark II spaceplane launch pad. So I'm building a VAB. That's the short answer, Nut. I'm building a VAB outside of the VAB. the whole impetus for this is obviously because Slick 6 got demolished the other day. SpaceX demolished all the structures, all the remaining leftover shuttle structures, which sucks. But hey, SpaceX is doing it so they can retool the pad for Falcon Heavy, so I can't really be too upset. Or potentially Starship, we don't know. Something like that, Zizep. So I wanted to do it because of that, and also I think it's super cool actually reusing my space shuttles, not just recovering the shuttle and being like, oh yeah, I recovered it, let's put it out on the pad again. I would love to get to a point where we could just reuse them. The original space shuttle was supposed to be like a plane, i.e. it went through some free flight checks, and then that was the concept. It never did it. But yeah, you just did some free flight checks, put it back on the pad, put a new payload in it, and sent it. I'd love to be able to do that in KSP. What's the mission? Build a VAB. Well, build Slick 6. So, let's see if vessel hierarchy changed anything. Nope, not really. Just don't know why it does that. My other cranes don't do that. That was a slightly different result. Believe it or not, the explosion wasn't as bad that time, but well, back to the old electronic brain. Just don't understand why this happens with this crane and not any other crane that I have. I mean, but then again, this is the only 2-axis crane that I have. This is the only one that can do left, right, forward, back, up, and down. All the other cranes that I made are just forward, back, up, and down, you know? Or the cranes have that solid shaft mechanism or cabling? Jeff, all my cranes have the just telescoping hydraulics. They all have that. All right. Okay, I've got another idea. The other idea would be to take a piece like this and put it inside of the fairing. I know that sounds ridiculous, but any parts that are inside of a closed fairing in KSP usually get strutted to said fairing. The fairing will draw a strut to it to hold it in place. The devs did that because back in the day, because players were complaining that their payloads were wobbling out of their payload fairing. So anytime you have a closed fairing, the payload inside gets strutted to the fairing. It'll just like kind of clamp it in place. So I'm wondering if we take these girder segments, right? If we take 2 girder segments and we put them in there, and the game registers it as being inside of these fairings, that might hold these fairings in place. It might be the solution that we're looking for. Let's put this out there and let's see if that's actually gonna make a difference.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Just a crane, Cass. But yeah, I suppose I mean, it's not a 3D printer per se, but yeah, it's similar idea. Hey Bob, merry subiversary. May your cobras live forever, at least go out due to natural causes. See, it didn't like that. I'm almost tempted to see what this does, just in case. Let's just see. Dock the stupid thing and see what happens. To see if whatever was over there was causing the issue. I'm amazed. You're just seeing this game for the first time. This isn't kind of garden variety gameplay, dude. This is a game where you design and build spacecraft. I just like building the launch pads and integration buildings to go with my spaceships and rockets. I have a feeling that when we dock, that thing is going to go flying, but we'll see what happens. The issue be that the docking port is stretching and the telescoping arms causing them to rubber band back up. Turbine, that's what looks like is going on at face value, but how is that any different than any other crane that I've ever done this exact same thing with? I've built other cranes that have the telescoping downward arm like this. None of them rubber band like that, dude. Like this one seems to be doing. Why do you play KSP if you have a hat? For scientific purposes, what would happen if you staged right now? Nothing. None of the SRBs have fuel in them. I'm using them as structural cross members. And explosions. I don't know why it's doing that. This is another crane that I built. Now keep in mind, this crane only goes forward and back. It can only do forward, back, up, and down. It can't go left to right. But this thing never has a problem. I'd never had an issue with this crane after we dialed it in.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Interesting. What the heck did I do here? What is the hydraulic attached to? It's attached to the root part. There's no girder segment in between. Interesting. Okay. What about the fairings? What are the fairings attached to? Fairings are attached They're attached directly to the structure. They're not on structural hard points. How about you? Okay. Interesting. No hard points. Huh. No structural hard points. OPFC is what I base this design off of. OPFC is using structural hard points everywhere in its design. It's these pieces right here, the radial attachment point. Okay. What should this thing assemble then? The rocket itself? Yes. It's going to assemble that rocket. Right there. That dude might come around. He might come around and hang around and say hi. I don't know. When I say I'm building that, that's what I mean. I'm building that. No clickbait, no bull crap, no nothing. I'm making this. And I'm making the buildings to support it. It's not an easy project. This is tough. This is a tough one. This entire complex right here that you see in the picture. The mobile service towers, shuttle assembly building, and the payload change-out room. I have the documentation too, yes. Plenty of it. Slick 6 is one of my favorite pads. Casco. It's one of my favorite pads, and if you look at the SAB, the shuttle assembly building, and the mobile service tower, see them there, and then the access tower, that was all built. Well, the MST was built for a previous system. The SAB, the access tower, and the launch pad were all built for the shuttle program. And, well.
A launch pad ahead of upgrades, but for
Well, actually here. That was an SF.
Has innovated since 1966. Space Launch Complex 6 has innovated launch capability on the Western
Shasper,
Rim.
it was good. How about you?
The transformation of this historic launch complex ensures it remains at the forefront of the modern space era.
That's tough to watch. No relaxing for you, Shasburn. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that's... So the tower, that's the tower from the original shuttle program. It was modified for Delta 4. You can see the Delta 4 swing up. Guys, hey, yes, idiot question here. That is an ICPSU. You see the swing arm for the Delta 4 right there? See that? See that whole thing? That can be used with SLS because SLS shares the same upper stage as Delta 4. Okay, idiot question. Why did nobody think of taking that and putting it on Mobile Launcher 2? Anybody? Am I dumb? Like, that's the same thing as an ICPSU. It's the same part. How do you ship it over? A freaking boat. Or, dude, you could put that on a truck.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Too late now. That's very discouraging. But hey, whatever. At least it's to put nothing on the pad isn't going to be abandoned. They're demolishing it so they could build a new one. So that's good. But also that sucks. Complete butthole to watch. It's easier to access it once it's on the ground. Hey, Blackness, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah. So it sucks seeing the shuttle assembly building get blown up. You know, but what are you gonna do? You're running, Bear. What's going on? Most likely because of the remaining amount of ICPSs left. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's pretty useless because we don't have any more ICPSs. Yeah, sorry, just a passing thought. So, fellas, in my other designs, this pad did not have a. In my other crane designs that work, we had no structural hard points. No structural hard attachment points. Everything was not mounted on those. So it's time for crane surgery, okay? Moving this up and down did not seem to make any difference, so I'm just gonna put it back up. It was doing some binding before, but it's not now, so just gonna put that back up there. Keeps the design a little bit cleaner. Yeah, these hard points are probably what's causing an issue, if I had to guess, so. Let's get rid of them. So in my other design, they were attached directly to the SRBs. How did the weekend treat me? Oh, just fine. From a rest perspective, I didn't really get much, dude, but it's okay. I don't really get much of that lately, but, you know, it's all right. Life is starting to quiet down. Good. I just want to get back to doing what I'm doing here and call it a day. Get back to what we do. And what do? We build crazy stuff in Pro. That's what we do. You have the office air conditioning. The mini split is installed. It's not hooked up yet. We would have done it, but we didn't have the right fittings because somebody basically bastardized the mini split and put press fit connections on it instead of flares. But that's another story. Don't worry about it. So because I disconnected these fairings, I
Discovery,
needed to
go at throttle
redo
up.
all their struts. These struts are to make sure the fairing doesn't move around. You can't necessarily do this with the other set of fairings, but... That's more than adequate. Dang CNN fittings, yep. Hey, Yum Food, what's going on? 34-month resub, thank you. You got office air conditioning. You told us before no games till the temps drop. It is cooler today. The temperature has dropped. Am I speaking another language, or did you not just hear a second ago when I said it's cooler today, or? So that would pretty much invalidate the entire theory that you had. That explains why we have 37°C outside today. It's much cooler over the pond. We had to endure these temperatures. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Midge. 122-month resub. You're out. Well, hey. One chapter closes, a new one opens. Blue Origin just posted a new video of their power tower during a successful deployment in an analog lunar environment. Oh, that's cool. You review everything he says before I mention it. Accountability is strong in your house. Hearing is apparently not, though. I do this. That's correct, William, yeah. Try to remove the structural hard points. But the thing about it is that if we remove those, what can we attach to? Trying to think what would be the best part. So like in the other crane designs, we anchored the tracks for the crane directly to the SRBs, right? Why do Kerbals make all their parts out of nitrocellulose anyway? Even things that should just be metal explode. Maybe they don't have metal. Maybe they don't have metal on Kerbin. You don't know. All right. So I reset this truck design to how we had before. Sorry about that, guys. Just need to shoot off the message. What's the collision amount on these parts? 10 meters a second. I'm almost wondering if adding a third in the center here, guys, is gonna change it. I'm not 100% though. That might help with the collisions. Because just this is such a big crane. This is by far, like, something to take into account that this is the biggest crane that we've made. I've never made a structure this big for integration purposes. Trey, I think Blue would be a good place to intern at if I want to work SX after graduation. Any industry experience that you can get on your resume will be good. Just, yeah, you know, what else could we mount these things on that would work? You know, I mean, I don't know. My first instinct is to just do this. Just put them on girder segments. See what happens. That might work. Is the Starfall demo today? No, it's tomorrow. I want to be here for it, guys. Yeah, the Starfall demo I do believe is tomorrow morning, so I'm gonna have to get up early. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get up at 6. It's at 6:43 a.m. Starfall is a SpaceX prototype, like low-cost re-entry vehicle. It kind of came out of nowhere, dudes. But we can talk more about that during Space News. Basically, I'm gonna probably do space news and then I'll go to get some sleep. We can cover the Starfall demo in the morning tomorrow, and then I think what I'll probably do is just get to working on the car. I got some new toys for the automotive stream, guys, that I don't know, you guys might want to check out. Is it a suborbital flight? I'm not exactly sure the details of the mission, Jim. I was hoping we could learn about that during space news. New toys, do tell. I can show you. It's still in the box. I haven't opened it. This is a Fayutech Scorp C gimbal tripod. I have a 6D Mark III that a viewer shipped to my PO box. So I was thinking we could put the 6D Mark III on here, right? And this can also be converted into a little tripod. So it's something that I could get underneath the car, right? And then point it up to look at what we're working on. And it's a little bit more compact than the tripod that I currently have with the Sony AV1, right? The Sony AV1 doesn't really get you a good angle. With a gimbal tripod, I could set it down and I could tilt the camera up. So one, 6D Mark III instead of a Sony AV1. And two, yeah, this allows you to kind of get up close with what we're working on. The only thing I'm kind of like about is I don't want to weld with the 6D Mark III. I need to come up with some filtration light filtration option. Like even if it's just like a cap on the front or something, because yeah, I was reading about how you can fry DSLRs with them trying to capture welds if you don't protect it. Like the same thing as like looking at it, you know? We could just put a welding mask in front of it like what we've been doing. But yeah, I did get this. It's pretty cool. Sure, I could find something. Get with the Vivitar. Do you still have that welding helmet filter you used in the past? I actually got a new one. Article 5 over in the YouTube chat got me a new one. We just got to make a mount for it. But yeah, we could. Actually, I think I should move the camera setups around too. What about the filter you guys used for the Eclipse stream? That was quite literally just some Eclipse glasses that we taped to the front of the camera. And that camera that we taped to it is since broken because I knocked it over when I put the trunk pin in the coronet. Oh well. Anyway, so yeah, I got that, and I have to redo some of the camera setup. The reason why I have to redo some of the camera setup for the stream is because a lot of the auto streaming camera setup was NSF's. It was DOS's, and he needed it back for other projects. So I had to send a lot of it back over the weekend. this stream is crazy. I'll keep my mouth shut anymore. I don't understand what's going on. This run, you know what? The stream isn't crazy, dude. It's not crazy. You're being way out of line, dude. And you've been way out of line for the past couple of weeks, and it's really, really, really pushing my buttons. Now I get it. You know, do what you say what you mean. I understand that. I've been going through a little bit of a rough time. I would like it if you cut me some slack, but you don't seem to want to do that. So, yeah. I don't know what to tell you, dude. You're way out of line with what's going on. You're trying to hold me to work accountability over taking care of my wife who almost died 2 months ago. So, with all due respect, you can fuck right the hell off. Don't come back. You ever put me in that position again, I mean, dude, you know what? We're not even past that. Just don't fucking come back, dude. Don't come back. I don't want to see you. It's freaking ridiculous, man. And I understand what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it, but it's been a rough time for me, dude. It's been a rough time. So, sorry, it's too much. I'm over it, dude. I rarely lose patience with viewers, ever. I'm usually patient, and I usually take my time, and I give you guys some due diligence. I would expect some in return. It's frankly unacceptable, and it's unacceptable what happened on Friday. And if you know who you are, right? So I came into chat on Friday. Some of the stuff I saw people saying is unacceptable, out of line.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So I'm not gonna take that crap anymore. Anyway, back to the crane. All right, anyway, so I went back to doing 3 trucks here. I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you. Well, Lord, hey, 77-month resub. There's a reason why I didn't stream on Friday. I'll tell you guys more at Space News, which actually we should probably be getting ready for in a second. I do want to try this redesign here, eliminating the structural hard points here. So I think we'll do that. Hey, Bob, don't worry about that. You did nothing wrong, dude. You're all good, man. Don't worry about it. I have not been the most punctual on stream lately, and I do apologize. It's not been an easy 2 months for your boy, and as much as I want to say it's just me taking care of Bree, it's not. I'm not burnt the hell out on streaming or anything like that. It's just life has not been too kind to me lately, and that's fine. I get it. Everybody has problems. I'm saying for like the one time in like 15 years of streaming, life has gotten too much for me to balance a regular streaming schedule with, and it's just tough. And yeah, this week we'll get back to normal, and I want to ease back into my regular schedule sooner rather than later. But yeah, you don't worry about it, guys. I know, I have logs. I know who said what they said. People have been giving me crap about being punctual, right? And on any other occasion, EJ's always late. I get it. It's fine. It's just been eating away at me lately. And yeah, I'm trying to fix it. It's just didn't really expect to get kicked in the nuts from real life for the last like 6 months, but it is what it is. No, Toa, that's where I've been, dude. I haven't been streaming much, dude, because I've been trying to balance it. It's just getting to be a little bit complicated, but that's okay. We're over the hump now. Hopefully. But let me just put it to you like this, dudes. The other day on Friday, I had some regular viewers give me crap about being punctual and say I'm wasting their time and wasting their money as well. And put me in a spot where, you know, as if I would ever choose, you know, working here over taking care of my wife and my family. And you know what? I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So you know what I did? I canceled the stream. And then I called up NSF, I called up Kevin on the phone, and I canceled Flame Trench too. Is it a petty thing to do? Sure, absolutely. I'd had enough. And, you know, if it was any random viewer, I wouldn't care. But it was regulars. That pissed me off. You know what you did. I saw what you said. I'm not going to name names. You may have been put together that was one of them. No, it's okay, BPAT. It's been taken care of. But, yeah, that's where I was on Friday. I didn't want to stream. For the first time in a long time, I just didn't really feel like hitting the live button, ever. I was just like, nope, bye. I'll see you on Monday. And that's what I did. So, there's your drama, etc., etc. I don't want the center one. Let's just get back to playing KSP, okay? I don't want to talk about this anymore. I appreciate the kind words, guys. I really do. I'm just... yeah. People pushed me to my breaking point, and I got a little pissed off. And the big reason why I didn't stream on Friday is because I would have said something that would have probably gotten me banned from all platforms. So I just kind of chose to cool off instead. Onward and upward, indeed. Okay, so I've eliminated the radial attachment points from this design. I still don't really have a good way of holding these things in place. I'm thinking this way might do it. No, I don't want double symmetry here. What I want is this. I still think that same vessel interaction over here could work. Something tells me the structural hard points were what was causing the issue. Okay. Because that's the only real thing that's the difference between this. I mean, like, let's be real. This is probably still going to explode, but at least we'll find out. Yeah, Drew, I know. But like, that's the thing, dude. I really like, I like to build relationships with my chat. I like to know you guys. I don't want to just talk to my computer all day. You know what I mean? Oops. Let's I don't like that. Let's revert. I like to talk to you guys, and yeah, it really hurts when no, you know what? I'm not gonna say it really hurts. You know, it didn't hurt. It pissed me off. It pissed me off when people that know what fucking happened went and said that shit. That really makes me mad. And dude, I don't get tilted real quick, real easily, right? Like, I rage at Battlefield. That's not the same thing. That really activated my almonds, man. Anyway. Hey, Bith, tier 395 month resub. Thank you. Yeah, Chief, there you go. The sticks are back, BY. Yeah, man. No, B-Pat, I know you're good. Like I said, if you're still here, that means I didn't get, that wasn't annoyed, but with you. But yeah, it's been tough, man. It's been tough. As much as I disparage like mental health, it's been tough, man. That's the truth. But I'll take care of it, dude. I'm around and get back to doing what we're doing. Yeah, I know you do, Melon. Guys, I know that the vast majority of you guys are fine with how May and June have gone down in terms of my streaming schedule, okay? I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, it's just... It's just, keep on trucking. Changing the subject, how did you come up with the ideas for the integration crane? I don't think I've ever considered building one like this. Trial and error, Toa. I've been just building cranes off and on since like 2016. It's just trial and error. This is the stuff that works the most. You really, with cranes, you just want to use high parts. You want to try to use parts that have high impact tolerance because of the shock that gets put on stuff from docking. Yeah, you just want to use high impact stuff. Hey, Kerbal Guy, not to change the subject, but here's a reminder for volumetric collabs V5. Okay. Would make this testing look even cooler. Oh. Yeah, I'll, thank you. Do you ever have dreams about streaming? Yes, all the time. Yeah, I know, bro. I know, yeah, you're right, dude. What made you love Slick 6? I like Slick 6 because it's a shuttle pad that was built purposefully for the space shuttle. It's not retrofitted 39A architecture. And 39B. The 39A and 39B were Saturn V pads that they converted to the shuttle. Slick 6 was, I mean, if you want to be technical, it was a Gemini MOL pad that was converted for the shuttle. But when I say it was converted for the shuttle, I mean basically means they demolished everything, kept one service tower, and then built a whole new pad around it. So, like, Slick 6 was really a purpose-built shuttle pad. It's what the shuttle pads would have looked like if we didn't use the VAB and the crawler transporters, etc., which are much better suited for moving Saturn V. So I made the argument a long time ago that Slick 6, if NASA had just built 2 Slick 6 style pads where 39A and 39B were, that we probably would have been able to achieve a slightly higher launch cadence with the shuttle. But, you know, to quote unquote save money, which we know is just bull crap nowadays for I want to keep using this and I want to keep jobs here or whatever, they retrofitted the VAB for the shuttles, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, Slick 6 was a purpose-built shuttle pad, and I think that's really cool. So I kind of have a very big fondness for it. But anyway, thank you for all the kind words, guys. I appreciate it. I know the vast majority of you guys are chill. It's just I never really get tilted from chat like that. It just, yeah, really made me mad. Do you have an all-time favorite piece of GSE in the industry, like out of all the pads in the world? Crawler transporters would probably be at the top of that list, dude. All right, well, let's see if eliminating the hard points did anything. I still think it's going to explode, but Jesus. Guys, I'm very much getting to the point where I'm gonna say make the gantry crane from scratch, because whatever this is, it's not working. You know, whatever that's doing, it does not like it. Let's see if it's volatile by itself. Oh, dude. As a new viewer, what is this? It's an integration building, 10. I'm building one. So Slick 6, which is a pad out at Vandenberg Space Force Base, was just demolished so we can make way for Falcon Heavy operations over on the West Coast. Space Launch Complex 6 is a really cool launch complex. It's one of my favorite launch complexes in the world. Because it was originally a shuttle launch complex, dude. Not a lot of people know that. It was designed to launch the shuttle on the West Coast. The Air Force had plans to launch the space shuttle, not, you know, out on the West Coast. And I mean, I have pictures of the pad in here. There it is. And Slick 6 was the shuttle launch pad. The Air Force ended up never using it because of the Challenger explosion in 1986.
Go at throttle up.
They abandoned it after that, and then later it was retrofitted for Athena rockets, and then Delta IV and Delta IV Heavy, and it was used basically for 20 years as a Delta IV Heavy pad. But it still retained some of the space shuttle structures, like the Red Tower on the left side there. The Red Tower was heavily modified for Delta IV, and the pad was obviously modified for Delta IV, but the integration structures for Slick 6 were The integration structures, the buildings that were originally used to put the shuttle stack together in there, they stayed, which is super cool. Not sure how much they were needed for Delta 4, but that doesn't matter. So the other day, you know, see there's the pad in Delta 4 configuration, right? This was a shot of you know, some of the last launches for Delta 4 out of the West Coast a couple of years ago. And, you know, it was a shuttle pad, and the other day they blew them all up to make way for a new pad. They're not abandoning the pad. They just, yeah. So that structure right there, the SAB, dates back to the shuttle program. And, yeah, now it doesn't. Now it's broken. There's a reason why old towers were red. It was just the anti-corrosion or anti-oxidization paint, dude. The gray paint, I guess, is better at resisting rust because most pads are by oceans where they get a lot of saltwater spray. Would having two hydraulics and centering the docking part in the middle make any difference? I don't know, dude. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? I'm just showing people, dude. But these buildings, so the cool thing about these two buildings, I mean, they actually gutted a good part of the damn thing. The cool thing about these buildings is that they're movable. They're on railroad tracks. Those buildings, those like 20-story tall structures are all on tracks and they can move with the original Slick 6 design, which I think is super neat. I can never find the damn picture. There it is. It's over here. So instead of like 39A, where the shuttle would be built in a hangar in the VAB and then rolled to the pad and then set down on the pad, Vandenberg, they put the shuttle on a fixed position and they built the thing right onto a fixed launch mount. And that made it so the mobile service tower or the integration buildings moved to the pad and not, you know, the launch pad moving to the pad, right? So it was kind of the opposite of what they did at 39 with shuttle, because 39A, Complex 39 was built for Saturn V. You play it in reverse, they stand up again. Do you think that's the same red lead paint they use on ships? Most likely, John, yeah. Thanks, Flavia. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's lead-based paint. I still think people should just paint the pads red, but that's just me. Just use it. If you use an enamel, a red enamel paint, it ain't gonna rust. Enamel paint, yeah, or an epoxy-based paint or something like that. Enamel should be fine. If you, then again, enameling your entire launch structure might be a little bit expensive. But then again, see, I would make the argument that it's a little bit more expensive, but it's never rusting. Not with enamel paint. No way. Enamel paint is, for what it's worth, guys, is like the same kind of paint that they put on cars from like the 50s, the 40s, 50s, the 1940s and the 1950s. It's not, that paint lasts forever if you know old cars. No, that's cool, Chief. Neat. Wouldn't enamel crack? Yeah, yeah, maybe a little bit. An epoxy-based paint might be a better solution there because the epoxy can bend and move. Yeah, it's a 124. Yeah, I saw it, dude. Yeah, no, that's cool. So yeah, I figure we'll do Slick 6 some justice, and I'll build the crane for it. Problem is, the Kraken isn't really cooperating. But yeah, for the people that look at this and just go, "What the hell are you doing?" It's the service tower. I'm building the mobile service tower, the MST. This thing. which is one of the buildings. And then after I'm done with the mobile service tower, I'll build the SAB. And I've already built the pad complex. And we've tested the launch mount. The launch mount does work. Here, it's right here. I was using it to make an outline for the service tower here. See, this should hopefully give people some context as to what this thing does. So this is the pad. Now keep in mind, this is the launch plate it's not finished, but this is a good place to start. So this is the gray structure in the Vandenberg pictures. That's this piece right here. See this guy? That's what that is. So I'm using all my knowledge that I know of about building Kerbal pads, and we're gonna building pads in KSP. And that mobile service tower is going to move into position directly over the pad. And then the shuttle assembly building is going to back up, and they're going to connect to each other. And that'll give me enough to stack the SRBs and stack the external tank, and then hopefully stack the orbiter as well onto the pad. This is a revamped design. If you've seen me try and build this before, this pad works. It works a lot better. And we proved the logic. We proved the logic out of putting a shuttle stack together. That was something that was hard. Yeah, that was potentially difficult to do. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. If we don't save this, and I just reload the same craft file, I'll show you. It makes more sense when you look at it all as one integrated piece, but you have to, in order to make the complex right, you kind of have to build all the vehicles separately. So up here, I don't know if you guys can see it all the way up there. There's the service tower. See it right there? That's the mobile service tower. That thing is going to move back and forth. And how I build pads in KSP is, you know, in real life, these things run on, or they ran on railroad tracks. You can kind of see the rails for them right there, right? See it? The shuttle assembly building rolled backwards on rails, and the MST rolled forwards on rails, and they came together to make one structure, so you could build the shuttle right on top of the launch pad, which I think is super cool. We don't have railroad tracks in KSP. I mean, somebody could make them, but what I do is I make the entire launch pad. That's why the pad has these wings out here. I make the entire pad into our railroad tracks. And these structures can move back and forth on landing gear. Like there's landing gear buried in here, and the whole structure can lift itself up, right? And then you can get I have like an airport tug that I can use to pull the structure back in a way and retract it away from the launch pad. And that's why the pad ends up being so ridiculously long here. Because I need enough space for the... Hang on. I need enough space for the entire structure to be able to move back and away from the pad. See what I mean? I need this thing to move all the way back over here. So it's out of the way when we go to launch. Now, people are wondering, the hell, dude? Like, you're going to make all this work? I'm going to try. I'm going to attempt to. Yeah, sure. I've made launch pads in the past. I've made very successful ones. Ones that work a lot. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I haven't made pads that have not worked, that blow up, like this one. Yep, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I haven't done that, because I absolutely have. I've made pads in the past that just blow up in my face, which is why it's important to do testing like this and to, you know, to make sure that it all works, because you don't want to just build everything, put it together, and then hope it works correctly. And that's how real rockets work. You don't want to do that. That's bad, right? Don't want to put wheels on for the gantry crane living, because if you put wheels up there and roll on the tracks, it does work, but it's sprung weight. You don't want your gantry crane on springs. Gantry cranes don't have suspension. Suspension makes makes any crane very upset. Imagine if in KSA they would have the possibility to build pads with dedicated parts. Yeah, that would be cool. Hey, J-Bolt. Hope everything's good. I did not have a good Friday, J-Bolt, but I'm good now, dude. Thank you for asking. How about using wheels to push the solid skids? We'd still have to connect it on telescoping hydraulics, Aqualex. So I don't understand why that would work. Dude, we've done wheel-based cranes before. It doesn't end well. I mean, I can get them to work, but it doesn't do what you want it to do. For some reason though, dude, it just doesn't like this, and I'm not sure why. But anyway, it's almost 5 o'clock, guys. Let's I'm gonna take a couple minutes here. I'm gonna go check on Bree, and then I'll be back for space news. So I hope you enjoyed jumping back into KSP. I think we'll work on the Slick 6 project for the time being here, for this week. Yeah, we'll work on it. See if I can get this crane thing working. First, I think because I didn't build this crane from scratch and I lifted parts off of another build, that it might not be happy with us. So tomorrow we'll go back. We'll rebuild the service tower again, and we'll see what's going on with it. Yeah, something's not happy. And it oftentimes isn't the parts that are exploding. Oftentimes in Kerbal, like when parts explode, it might not mean that part is the problem part. It could be something else. Hey, Visionary. All right, so I'm gonna jog the VOD over on YouTube, guys. Give me, I don't know, just a little bit. I'll say like, give me till 5:15, so we'll start Space News up around 5:15 here, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll be back in a moment.